Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Prom. I am Director of the EABCC Email Archiving Building Capacity and Community Project here at the University of Illinois, and I'd like to welcome you to the third and final day of our Email Archiving Symposium. We're really happy this morning to be welcoming guests from the National Archives, Archives Nationales in Paris, France, to provide some perspectives and an overview of the work that they are undertaking to archive mailboxes. And I'm really excited about this. I'm somewhat familiar with the work that's going on in other national archives, particularly here in the United States and in the United Kingdom and a few other countries, but I've never heard anything about what's happening in France. So I'm really pleased to be welcoming here this morning our two guests, who are Emmeline Levasseur and Andre Filout. So thank you so much, Emmeline and Andre, for being here. And I'm very happy to turn things over to you for this early morning Central Time presentation. And I understand later in the day presentation, obviously in France. So over to you, Emmeline and Andre.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are. Here in France, in Paris, France, it's 3. So good afternoon. And it's quite a sunny, hot day, as you may not see. We are delighted to be part of this symposium and to be able to talk about mail archiving with you. And we'd like to thank the EABCC organization team for having us. Let me introduce Andre and myself. We are both project managers for data migration and responsible for the digital preservation strategy at the Archives Nationales, so the French National Archives. The reason we're here today is to talk about our mailbox archiving strategy. And to do so, we are first going to introduce the context on one has to consider when thinking about how we built our strategy. We will then focus on the strategy itself and how we have implemented it. And finally, we'd like to share with you the limits we faced, our experiments, and the reflections we've had. We'd be delighted to answer the questions you might have at the end of the presentation. But for now, it's up to you, Andre.
To start with, a few words on our institutional context. The Archives Nationales were created during the French Revolution to serve as a central repository for national archives. They are a national public service tasked with preserving, ordering, providing access to, and promoting public archives from the central administrations of state. So this includes the records of the presidents of the Republic, all the ministries, minus the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Economics and Finance. It also includes the records of high courts, the records of national operators, which are organisms tasked with a public service function, and the records of Paris notaries. They perform the same functions for private archives of national interest. They are housed on 2 sites, one here in Paris and one in Pierrefitte-sur-Seine, north of Paris. Within their digital support and preservation division, our department, the Department of Data Administration, is responsible for managing digital archives. We are a fairly small department with less than 10 people working on digital archives. The National Archives receive public archives through archivists working with central administrations within structures called archive missions. And between collecting these records and transferring those destined for definitive archiving for historical preservation to the National Archives, mission archivists appraise and arrange them, which means that the National Archives only perform these tasks when processing their own internal archives and private archives. So the missions are not subordinated to the National Archives, but overseen by the Interministerial Service of French Archives, the SIAF. And as such, they are actually on the same level as the National Archives within the French Public Archives network. For both public records and private archives of national interest, the National Archives mission is restricted to historical archiving, meaning that all records entering our archival holdings are meant to be preserved indefinitely.
We also have to consider the French legal and normative context in which we operate. In France, archives are regulated by the Code du patrimoine that we can translate as Code of Cultural Heritage, actually. It was published in 2004 and updated in 2008 for the archive section. It defines what archives are and what public archives are. And what is interesting is that the definition of archives include data. So simply put, archives are the document including data, whatever the date, whatever the support, whatever the form, and so on, that are created or received by a person or an organization. The Code du patrimoine also sets up the public access status. By principle, archives are opened for access and the safety of individuals or national security, for example. Concerning digital archiving, of course, in France as elsewhere, digital archiving relies on OAIS, but in France, we have another standard that is the NLZ 42013 relating to the specifications, both organizational and technical, of a digital repository. Archiving services that manage digital archives and digital archiving software programs use another standard, that is the SEDA, for data exchange and data exchange standard for archiving, sorry. And it could be considered as the French counterpart of METS, so it's XML based too, if I may try a comparison, but it's not exactly that. The first version of SEDA was published in 2006, and the last version, the SEDA 2.2, was released the last year in 2022. As for our technical context, these archives are preserved within a digital repository that is based on VITAM. VITAM is an open source software that was developed with the initial sponsorship of 3 ministries, the Ministry of Culture, on which depend the French National Archives, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Defense. Since the VITAM program has expanded to involve over 50 partners. The National Archive Digital Repository project was launched in 2015 as an answer to the increasing challenges of digital preservation. And the repository opened finally in November 2018. So it is based on VITAM as a back office, but it is interfaced with its own front office, that is the archival information system, the in-house archival information system, actually. Our digital repository is dedicated to long-term preservation of born digital archives only, so it excludes digitized archives. I hope that we've made the context clearer. So now let's move on to the Makebox archiving strategy we have developed within this context. We're going to see where it fits in the overall evolution of data archiving at the National Archives, its goals, its principle, and its practical implementation.
And first, an overview of the evolution of digital archiving in general and mailbox archiving in particular at the National Archives. So the National Archives first started preserving digital archives in the early 80s using a method known as Constance. Constance is actually an acronym standing for preservation and storage of electronically created new archives. Is that right? This method can be seen as a prefiguration of OAIS, as it is based on the preservation of both data and its representation information. It also organizes the preservation of paper archives that were later digitized, paper documentation of these same digital archives. So data was stored on LTO tape while metadata, including representation information, was stored in in-house databases. Preserved using the Constance method were statistical data, but it was later expanded to an increasingly varied range of digital records, from databases to still and moving images, audio recordings, files created by word processing documents, spreadsheets, and so on. And the Constance method remained in use until the digital repository was launched in 2018. The National Archives started collecting mailboxes in 2017, so at a fairly recent date. As mentioned earlier, they are focused exclusively on definitive archiving. So the archives we receive have already been selected and assessed by archivists in the nations, and the National Archives only conduct these operations on mailboxes when collecting internally produced mailboxes or when processing. So mailboxes are generally transferred to the digital repository from ministries' offices, along with other digital records. A majority of the mailboxes collected so far are in PST, as Outlook is widely used in the central administrations of state. We do have some Thunderbird mailboxes, so in Mbox, but so far only PST files have been ingested into the digital repository. Individual messages may also be preserved among other files from a given desktop, but the strategy we are focusing on today applies to mailboxes that are preserved in their entirety. While the first mailboxes were collected in 2017, this strategy was only developed in 2019. And since then, it has been applied to 40 PST extracted from 39 mailboxes. These are now preserved within the digital repository, and a stock of 95 PST files and 7 mailboxes in Mbox format still await migration to the digital repository.
We will now present you the mailbox archiving strategy itself, starting with its goals and then its principles. So the strategy has to ensure the preservation of messages of a mailbox, their arrangement, their metadata, or a selection of them at least, as well as their attachments. The strategy makes it possible to search and to find messages in the digital repository where they are displayed in a tree structure. In 2019, where we were thinking about building the strategy, we hadn't had any request for access yet. So the use cases we could beat were then only hypothetical. For this reason, and since mail archiving, as we know, is a very dynamic domain, there isn't really time-tested and time-grounded experience yet. The strategy leaves room for future options to represent archives outside the repository. So in order to reach these goals, I mean by that ensuring preservation on one hand and keeping options for several ways of representation in the other hand, the National Archives recommendation is to transfer each mailbox to the repository as a set of 2 SIPs. So the first SIPs contain the raw mailbox export in PST or Mbox format. And the second SIP contains the individual messages that have been extracted from the original mailbox and rendered in their original tree structure. The messages are both in EML format and text-plain format, with attachments extracted in the original format and linked to the messages in a tree structure, so on an intellectual level. The second SIP enables a long-term preservation without depending on the proprietary formats of the original extractions and makes content accessible in the digital repository.
And as for the practical implementation of this strategy, our main tool is RECIP. RECIP is an SIP preparation tool developed by the VITAM team, which allows us to extract and process a mailbox in order to obtain our preservation SIP. RECIP is used by archivists in missions and in the National Archives to process digital archives, including mailboxes, and to prepare SIPs before their ingest into our digital repository. It is available on the GitHub of the VITAM program. You have the link here on the slide. Mailbox extraction is one of the options provided under the importation dropdown menu in RECIP. And the settings window for this option allows us to select the appropriate extraction protocol for the mailbox we want to process. In this example, a Thunderbird mailbox and the default message encoding. It provides the option to generate a plain text version of the message bodies, which we select in accordance with our preservation strategy. It also provides options to generate a plain text version of the attachments, if applicable, and to extract textual metadata from messages and attachments. A window summarizes the process and results, and once the extraction and importation are complete, the mailbox contents are displayed in a tree structure view, with the root archive unit at the top here, along with a CSV file created by RECIP, which contains a list of the messages and the address book when applicable to the mailbox format. The interface is split into 3 panels. One on the left here, displaying the tree structure view, another on the top right, the descriptive and management metadata, and the last bottom right, the technical metadata. And to navigate from the metadata of an archive unit or object to another, we select the right level in the tree structure. So this here is the user-friendly view of the interface in French. And there is also an XML view displaying the SEDA tags, which are in English. For every extracted message, there is a mapping between the message metadata and the SEDA tags. So the subject, the sender, the addressee, the client ID of the message, etc. When selecting the archive unit of a message, the technical metadata panel here displays 2 objects, the EML version of the message and the text version of its body generated by RECIP. And as this message in particular had an attachment, there is a corresponding archive unit under its own. The attachment metadata has been mapped to SEDA tags here as well. And after the extraction, archivists can perform technical and archival pre-ingestion tasks, such as unzipping folders, deleting empty folders and files, deleting personal folders or messages, and so on. These eliminations, of course, must be documented in the custodial history of the root archival unit. And they are facilitated by tools provided by RECIP, such as warning for empty files, a search function, and a feature here to fuse duplicate objects. Before the extraction, RECIP can also be set up to exclude certain types of files according to our archival and file formats policy. So this can be done based on their name, so either their full name or a regular expression that might, for example, isolate the extension. So here, business cards, which are files with a VCF extension, logos in EMZ formats, or files with a DAT extension created following a message transmission error won't be imported. Once unwanted files have been eliminated, archivists can describe archive units at the relevant levels, so in general on high levels rather than on each individual message, of course. And the description metadata fields corresponding to SEDA tags can be added as needed. So here the description. Archive units can be ordered by selecting and dragging them in the tree structure panel. The message list CSV, along with a list of acronyms, if necessary, is also filed in an appendix folder. The last remaining step at this point in RECIP is to regenerate IDs for the archive units in order to match their new order in the SIP. Once this is done, we can export the SIP, which can then be transferred to the digital repository. A guidance sheet summarizing the step-by-step of this process has been created as a tool for mission archivists. And after preparing the two SIPs, archivists can ingest them into the digital repository in the same entry. And it is then possible to access both SIPs, so both the raw mailbox export and the individual messages from the mailbox exported as a tree structure through that same entry. And so this is the SIP of the raw PST export, which, as you can see, appears as a single archive unit with no hierarchy. And this here is the second SIP, which was processed in RECIP to extract individual messages and their attachments. And so here we have the option to display them in a tree structure. And here is the result for a part of the inbox folder. And last, in an appendix, as we mentioned earlier, the CSV files created by RECIP to list the messages and the calendar appointments here.
Well, in 3 years implementing this strategy, we have the opportunity to consider its limitations. And through experiments we performed following our first request for access on a mailbox, we also had the opportunity to reflect on further prospects. So first, limitations. We can't underestimate the fact that implementing this strategy involves a lot of work for the archivist who has to process the mailboxes. We are completely aware of that. Besides, in the ministry, the National Archives do not handle the export of mailboxes. It's up to the mission archives and their IT service. So we don't take part of the exports. The strategy, as you've seen, relies on a tool that is RECIP, and therefore the successful importation of the mailbox in it. It can be quite slow to import a mailbox depending on the size of the mailbox or the number of messages we have to extract. And concerning the errors, the importation process actually stops as soon as an error occurs. So many errors can prevent the importation of mailboxes in RECIP, unfortunately. And therefore, archivists must report and discuss importation issues with the RECIP team. That can be quite difficult sometimes because it means that the RECIP team has to get an authorization to access the mailbox and then analyze it to fix the issue. To give you a concrete example, we had problems when extracting messages where there were typos in the addressee that made them ill-formed. Due to this problem, the mailbox couldn't be imported at all in RECIP. After we reported the issue to the RECIP team, they get an authorization to access the mailbox and they could analyze it and then fix it in a new version of RECIP, but it took a few months. Regarding the size now, at this time, we haven't yet encountered really big mailboxes, but we are aware that processing mailboxes bigger than 30 gigabytes will be very time consuming. Why? Because in our digital repository, there is a limitation that, and the archivist mission can't today transfer SIP that are bigger than 30 gigabytes. So it's very important. It's not really for mailboxes. It's really for every type of archives we want to ingest in the digital repository. But it's important because that means that the archive mission needs to pay attention to the size of the exports when they ask them. So a single mailbox can be exported in several segments, and in that case, each segment can be prepared and transferred in its own SIP. After ingest, now we have also experienced difficulties when it comes to rendering some anti-extracted mailbox in the digital platform. As with every archival holding that have been ingested in a digital repository, regardless of the nature, mailboxes, their messages, and the attachments can be accessed in a tree view, as André showed us. But there are limitations on this tree view, in particular for displaying high numbers of messages contained in the same folder. Therefore, roughly organized mailboxes can cause problems, and in that cases, I must admit that tree structure is not really suitable. Since last year, new experiments and reflections have taken place due to our first request for access on a mailbox. Let me give you some details about this request. First, it involved a mailbox that in the French legislative context is not freely accessible yet. Actually, the same would be accurate for every mailbox we've collected, since there is a delay of 50 years before these records become opened for access, following the Code du patrimoine. Requests on mailboxes therefore require a specific authorization, and prior to this authorization, archivists must be able to investigate the presence of sensitive contents, personal information in the mailboxes, as well to ensure that mailbox contents are truly relevant to the requests. This mailbox hadn't been processed to enter the digital repository, and when we wanted to do so, despite several attempts, unfortunately, we couldn't import the mailbox in RECIP, and we couldn't ingest it in our digital repository. So I'm describing a very specific use case, but it has led us to experiment with other tools, so that is a good side. What did we know about this mailbox? We knew that it was exported in 4 PST files, representing a total size of 9 gigabytes. And we knew who the holder of the mailbox was, but we didn't know how many messages there were. To learn about this mailbox, and as a part of investigating the access authorization, we performed tests using RATOM and EPUB+. First, thanks to RATOM, we converted the 4 PST files in one SQLite file, and we were able to determine that there were around 95,000 messages and 45,000 attachments. While we could access the message bodies in RATOM, we couldn't access the attachments themselves. However, it was a first step and quite a big one, because we could query the messages headers and bodies, and we could start the investigation. What we found was the number of messages that were likely to answer the request was too large. It represented about half the entire mailbox, and it would have been too time consuming to really assess the actual relevance to the request. It appears that somehow the request was too vague. Besides, this large amount of messages made sensitivity checking quite impossible. So we also tried EPUB+ with an email chemistry trial license at first, but the results were quite similar. The queries provided a large number of messages, but this time we could access the attachments. We enjoyed testing EPUB so much that we made further tests with other mailboxes that we had in inbox formats to try the appraisal model. We haven't experimented the other ones at that time, but we plan to this summer. Nevertheless, our little experience has led us to report to EPUB's GitHub 2 issues, and they were fixed very quickly. Concerning other tools, we had a presentation of a pell-mell tool, but we haven't found time to go further yet. The investigation of the mailboxes of this mailbox for which we had a request didn't allow us to go further in practice because the access request was finally denied. But this request and the experiments we performed enabled us to broaden our reflection to regular use cases. And I mean by that, mailboxes that could be processed in RECIP and ingested in our digital repository. And we ask ourselves some questions. First, what is the most effective way to perform this investigation of sensitive content and content that is relevant to the request? Is it best to search directly to the mailbox container after using a tool that can properly render it? And this question leads to another one. To what extent must we use for access reason Outlook or Thunderbird, for example? Are their search engines really effective? Are they trustworthy? Or is the best option to investigate using a kind of finding head, such as the CSV5, the list of messages that we could have in RECIP? Or is it best to search directly through the digital repository in the extracted messages, as we can do today? And what about searching in the attachments and how to manage it? Beyond the best way to investigate access authorization, the questions of how to actually give researchers access to a mailbox remains for us open. Should it be accessible as an entire container or as a collection of messages? But how can we make this collection? Which format should we use and what should we do with the attachments? Here, we think that maybe the discovery model of EPAT can bring answer, but we have to try it. Discussing the request all the partners had, it appears that a lot of them concern an entire mailbox or even a set of mailboxes among other records in the same requests. So it can possibly give a lot of work for the archivists who has to investigate the requests. For example, a request could be, I'd like to have access to all the messages that tackle the questions of this and that in the mailboxes of so and so. Often, investigations lead to refuse access for authorization, as we did ourselves. In that case, the researchers can appeal against the decision to a commission, that is the CADA for administrative records access. In previous cases, this commission has noted the difficulty in processing mailboxes and has taken that into account when rejecting the requests.
So regarding access, we don't have answers yet, as we have only received one access request so far. However, this is only a beginning, and we might receive more soon, whether from researchers or from the archive producers themselves, or even legal authorities. What our strategy does provide is the space to consider potential answers, as there might be a plurality of answers depending on the context, the specifics, and the author of the requests. So it is particularly important to leave options open, and the strategy could then evolve and be adapted to the actual requests. Thank you for your attention. We'll now do our best to answer your questions. I see that you already have a few. And we are looking forward to any comments you might have as well.
Thank you.
Well, and I'd also like to thank both of you for an excellent presentation. Really interesting for me to see the ways you've both confronted some of the same problems that we see in most other email collections, and the specific ways you've tried to fit them, and in fact have fit them in with the existing tools you have, such as RECIP. So really interesting. Also appreciate the experimentation you did with both RATOM and EPAD, and wish you kind of the best of luck with that as well.
Thank you.
I do have a couple questions here, as you both noted. So one question we have, and maybe it's perhaps a point of clarification, but it sounds like you maintain both the original PST file that has not been processed or curated, as well as the curated one or processed one, which is a subset of the original, thereby keeping some messages that the archivist determined should be discarded. So could you speak to that a little bit and maybe offer some additional context?
Well, that is true. The PST is uncurated, so this is really the raw export from the client. And for the mailbox that is processed with RECIP, it's really the archivist in the mission that has to process and assess, so we can eliminate the messages he doesn't want to ingest in our digital repository. It's really up to the archivist in mission. We don't have anything to say about that.
Right. And so it sounds like at the end of the process, what's preserved in the repository is what the archivist in the mission has determined saved, and then the original PST is not ingested into the repository. Yeah,
because we think that it's maybe dangerous to process mailboxes directly in Outlook or in the client in general. So we prefer the raw exports
I
without
see.
any touching.
Right, right. Sounds like a good strategy to me, and I think very consistent with what most other archives are doing as well. And then another question, and maybe again, this is a little bit hard to say because I understand the mission archivists are responsible for this, but it says the question from Susan is, do the mission archivists handle attachments that are links to a document management system? Perhaps that would be handled in export services so that you get the actual document. So I think that's really a question about attachments that are in the email itself, as opposed to ones that might be links to documents that are not embedded in the email, but found in a different system. So do you, as part of your process, have a way to handle those types of linked documents as well?
Well, not on the level of the file. We have linked between the mailbox and the desktop, for example, that could be ingested in our digital repository, but there isn't a link between an attachment and maybe a file that have been ingested in a desktop holding, for example. So it's at the high level, but not on the level file.
Right. Yeah. No, and I think that's an interesting problem that we come up with a lot of email archives efforts now as well, because when the files are kept somewhere else but referenced in the email, they might be very important for the context of the message, but the two systems are disconnected. Right. And then we also have one other question here from Claudia. Did you encounter problems with the evaluation of EPAD because the emails are in French, obviously, and EPAD can identify entities that are designed for English-speaking regions. So it's the language issue, in essence, was EPAD able to identify some of those entities that were in French, the names, the places, what have you?
Yeah. That's really interesting because the first problem we had with EPAD was importation and file the name of folders in French because some characters were not properly extracted, and we could see that not all the folders were extracted in EPAD. So that's one of the issues we reported to the GitHub, to EPAD's GitHub, and then it was fixed. So we can now extract every folder of a mailbox, even in French, but they are in French. So that's a good thing. And concerning the entities, well, for location and name of person, it wasn't too bad, actually. We were quite surprised in a good way.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I mean,
Yeah.
I haven't experimented with EPAD in a language other than English, but I do certainly get the sense it's extensible to other entities as well, because it uses a general language model.
Yeah, it was really good, actually.
That's great. That's really wonderful to hear. I was interested in your, I'll be interested in the future to hear how your experimentation goes with the EPAD discovery module, because I'm wondering, if that might help quite a bit to narrow some of the requests down, because I know when I've looked at it in the past, it does provide a more limited subset of emails potentially that would be responsive to a particular access request without providing the entire message as a whole. So I'll be interested to see if it provides, an interesting sort of back and forth there between the researcher and the person reviewing the access request. It sounds like your first attempts, you had such a large corpus that were responsive that it really did become overwhelming.
Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of overwhelming, but we haven't said that. In France, we have to bring an answer to a special authorization within 2 months. So it's
2 months.
So we had really few times to test new tools. So that's why we haven't gone further yet. Maybe
certainly.
this summer we have to try some things.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot to dig into there.
Yeah.
So we do have a few minutes left. I'll just ask if there are other questions from the attendees. We have quite a few people listening online here, so I would just encourage anyone to add additional questions in. And I see we do have a couple of other comments now. So Florian is speaking from the German side and noting that they also encountered inaccuracies and mistakes for entity recognition and lexicon terms, but that's to be expected. I think that's a valuable comment, and thank you for that, Florian. And then, as Jessica noted, 50 to 60,000 emails maybe contains many non-records, materials that might have been weeded out as non-record materials, your personal types of things, or things that are so trivial that they normally wouldn't require retention. So the question is, how is the French National Archives working with digital curation at the beginning of the life cycle? So that may be a little bit hard to answer again, because maybe that happens more in the missions, but
yeah, it's really up to the mission. So we don't work at the beginning of the life cycle, and yeah, it makes digital preservation really a difficult task, because we are at the end of the life cycle, actually. So that's really a challenge for us. But it's really the mission who has to give good practice for the management of mailboxes, but we don't do that.
Right, and that's a common challenge. I think every organization has certainly confronted that challenge. We've, in our own, if I can just talk for a minute, our own institution here has provide that kind of guidance to records creators to help them manage their email, along the lines of the types of things, in fact, that Jessica was talking about yesterday, the email management challenges, smallest inbox contest, whatever you want to call it, but it's a perennial challenge, certainly, because of the nature of the format. So we are close to the end of our time here. I'd like to thank you both so much for telling us about the French context, and for all of the efforts that you've made. I really love the way you're integrating email processing and preservation in with the systems that you have, as well as the experimentation with other tools. I think I'll be interested to follow in the future and see the ways in which those experiments go. But again, just lots of thanks from us here in Illinois, and from all of our attendees for your time here with us, and hope you can catch some of the rest of the symposium. Again, thank you, and we will see all of you back here, hopefully, at the top of the hour, 9 a.m. Central Time, with our next presentation, which is from Sharon McKeegan at the Digital Preservation Coalition. See you all soon.
Thank you again.
I just noticed we have a few additional questions in the Q&A here. If you'd like to take a few moments to answer those, we'll provide you an opportunity to do that. Emily.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I've just seen the questions from Ewan Cochrane about the calendars entries. That's an interesting question, because well, it's not our priority for now, the calendars, but we haven't showed that in RECIPE it manages, but we don't know really how. So maybe it kinds of
it might we think that maybe it reconstructs parts. It reconstructs a partial image of the calendar, but it doesn't directly preserve it in itself. So we do get something. We're pretty sure it's not the whole picture.
Thank you.
Is there another one? Or... Thank you very much again.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Email Archiving Symposium. I am so very pleased to be welcoming Sharon McKeegan to be with us here to tell us this morning about the new email preservation training resources that the Digital Preservation Coalition is developing. I'm happy about that for two reasons. First, it gives me an opportunity to hear Sharon's wonderful Scottish accent again. Some of you may know I spent quite a bit of time in Scotland, and that brings me to the second reason why I'm really happy to be welcoming Sharon. It's because toward the end of my time in Scotland, back in 2009 and 10, I was asked by the Digital Preservation to write a report about email preservation, and it was my first toe in the water, thinking about email and archives in a systematic way. The DPC, the digital preservation, has just been so essential to moving the work of email preservation forward. And I'm really happy to hear this talk about the ways in which the DPC can help everybody from novice to professional advance their knowledge of email preservation. So again, just lots of great thanks here to Sharon for being here and to the DPC for everything you've done for the email archiving community over the years. So Sharon, can you take it from here?
I certainly can, Chris. Thank you for that kind welcome. I'm very excited to be here as well. It's been a great event so far, and I've really enjoyed all of the presentations I've been able to make it to. So yeah, I'm here today to talk about some new training resources that we've developed at the DPC, and these have all been funded by the UK National Archives. So very important to make sure they get the credit here as well. So I'm going to start off with a little bit of background information about Novice to Know-How to give you a little bit of context as to where this training content came from. So the National Archives UK, or TNA as I refer to them through the rest of the presentation, has a sector leadership role specifically in England, but it also supports archival activities across the UK. And in 2018-19, they partnered up with JISC, who are a UK digital data technology agency focused on supporting higher education research and innovation. On a survey on digital skills, in the broadest sense of the words, kind of digital skills, not just digital preservation. And they were looking at to identify where the archive sector in the UK was in terms of the digital skills that they had. And that survey found that there were significant skills gaps within the archive sector. And those skills gaps were really widening between those who were leading on digital preservation and the rest of the sector. They also found that there were issues with organisations who were purchasing software like repository systems, but didn't really have the knowledge or skills that underpin digital preservation work to effectively utilise that software. Some kind of actual facts and figures: 48% of the respondents said that they couldn't create a checksum. 49% said that they didn't know how to do file format analysis, and 55% said that they wouldn't know how to extract and publish metadata from a digital file. So this really meant that there were a lot of collections at risks. There were some really fundamental things about digital preservation that the archive sector was struggling at. And it really came out clearly that what they needed was training beyond just kind of theory or policy level. They needed something that was practical, easy to access, and would help them build confidence in their digital skills. This survey then led the National Archives to develop their plugged-in, powered-up digital capacity building strategy, which included several different streams of activity, again, around those broad range of digital skills that are required. Everything from digital preservation through to things more like digital engagement with the public. And one of those streams was specifically about training and skills in digital preservation. And it had three elements to it. One was around developing a set of exemplar and basic workflows for digital preservation. One was about developing an in-person archive school to teach people practical skills. And then the third was to develop an online training course. And after a competitive tendering process, the DPC was commissioned to develop that online course. and that happened in late 2019. Novice to Know-How, the original course, went through 3 development phases from 2020 to 2021. We worked together to kind of develop the kind of original core part of it. Then we added on some more tool demos and then some more stuff about access and digital preservation. Now, our competency framework at the Digital Preservation Coalition defines 5 levels of knowledge and skill, going from novice, beginner, intermediate through to advanced and expert. And Novice to Know-How was very much aimed at those people who were at a novice or beginner level. So people who perhaps heard about digital preservation, but a little bit of introductory training, but didn't have the confidence to really put things practically into process. And that's really kind of exemplified by the fact that the full title for the course is Novice to Know-How, Digital Preservation for Beginners. The course ended up being much more of a beast than we'd originally expected. It now has 7 sections with 38 modules and more than 60,000 words of content. And it really does focus on providing learners with the knowledge they need to establish bitstream level preservation workflows at their organisation. And so it works through from an introduction to digital preservation, through giving them a grounding on understanding what files actually are and file formats and bitstream preservation, to kind of workflows elements around selection, transfer, ingest, preservation, and access. And we've tried to make it as varied as we could, and with the time constraints and resource constraints we had, to vary that content. So we've got, as alongside textual content, we've got videos, tool demos, and quizzes. And I can't tell you how surprised I was by how much people love quizzes, how many people said that those were their favourite parts of the course. Was not expecting that when we first launched this, for that to be the feedback. But we have found generally that the popularity of the course wildly exceeded our expectations. And this was at least partly due to the fact that our initial launch happened just as the world moved into COVID-19 lockdown back in kind of April 2020. But it has continued to be incredibly popular over the last 3 years. And in fact, we had to immediately increase the number of places that we had available on the course to meet demand. It has now been completed by nearly 3,000 learners in over 60 countries, hitting all of the continents around the world. And we have an exceptionally high completion rate on it as well, of over around 60%. In comparison, a study by the Open University here in the UK found that the median completion rate for online courses is around 12.6%. So more than about 5 times as much as that was. And all of the content available as part of our agreement with the National Archives is that everything is available for reuse under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 license. And the entirety of Novice to Know-How is actually in the learning management systems of 9 other organisations, including national bodies and higher education organisations through to commercial organisations. And we've recently had requests for access by 3 more organisations that I've just been busily sending emails out about earlier today. But the most important thing to say about this training is that access to it is free for all. And we've recently moved to a new learning management system, which has opened up more spaces and allow us to move to a self-service model so that people can actually log in and access the training when it's most convenient for them. And that's gone from 300 places available every month to now 2,000 available in our learning management system. And the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive as well. We get the occasional rare naysayer, one person who told us about 8 times in their feedback that they'd rather have read a book. And I think that's more of a problem for them than for us. We constantly get people complaining about the fact that the spelling is international English rather than UK English. But that's the DPC standard, so we're not making any changes to that. But the quotes that you can see on screen now are quite representative of the feedback we've had from the majority of learners. We've had lots of really positive comments on the structure, the content, and the delivery methods. And for me, the best thing that's really come out of that is the number of people who said that they struggled with digital preservation before doing the course, but now felt confident that they could take their first steps And that is, to me, is a fantastic thing to hear, that confidence level. And TNA have actually gone back and done a further survey of the UK archive sector to look how it has developed over the last 3 years. And there have been statistically significant, I knew I would stumble over that, increases in digital skills. And I have to say, hold this place, because we'll be talking about more of that at iPres in Illinois in September of this year. Just to wrap up about the kind of background to the course, one of the most important things coming out of it is that we've learned a lot of lessons in developing that original course and managing it over time. It's not all been smooth sailing, and we've had some really tough timelines to work through and issues to face, but it has certainly taught us a lot. Things that we've learned that I would share with others is that it's super important to set clear aims from the beginning and not rush decisions. We had to quite quickly procure a learning management system, and we signed a 3-year contract with that. And that's, I have to say, one of my greatest work regrets, because it ended up not being entirely fit for purpose. And that's why we're so excited to have moved to a new one recently. We also found that spending time on building a course structure that was closely aligned to good practice, where that's possible, is such an important step. And we had actually invested time in developing the original Novice to Know-How course structure over 2 days of workshopping at TNA. And we based it on models like the NDSA's levels of digital preservation and the DPC's own rapid assessment model. Well-structured quality assurance has also proved to be essential to ensure that the content is comprehensive and understandable. And we've continued to improve our methodologies for that over each phase of the content development. And I think if any of you got to see the quality assurance spreadsheet that I ran for the email preservation course, you'd be mildly terrified. But it's also, we've come to realise that there are such a broad range of skills that are required to develop good online training as well, not just subject specialism. And I think that's been a problem we've had with digital preservation training generally, is that we've had to rely on us as subject specialists to develop that training. And I think it would benefit from us bringing more people into the fold with kind of a broader set of skills. I've had to really work hard upskilling myself in the last few years in terms of my understanding of learning pedagogy, instructional design, and the various software packages for content production that we've needed. But I have the luxury of having time to do that in my role as head of workforce development with the DPC, and that's not necessarily the case. I think it would be good if we can start to bring more of that into digital preservation training. It's also super important to recognise that developing online training takes a lot of time. We'd estimate that it was anywhere from between about 5 to 10 hours, sorry, 5 to 10 days per hour of online content to go through design, drafting, review, edits, formatting for delivery, and the final quality assurance. And finally, the most important thing I would pull out from the feedback is that learners really appreciated that practical content that gives them confidence. And what they also really wanted to add to Novice to Know-How was to hear about real world examples of what other people are doing, to get some case studies in the mix. And that's something we very much listen to in terms of developing the email preservation course. So getting on to that, and the topic that we're really here to hear about today, after the success of the first Novice to Know-How, TNA went away and began to consider what their next steps were to continue on this programme of work. They wanted to continue to support skills growth in the archive sector, and so we're interested in supporting the development of training for those who had completed what we've started referring to as Novice to Know-How Classic, or had a similar level of knowledge already and wanted to begin to expand their skills. And so that's how we started to think about a course around email preservation. It had emerged as a priority topic based on the needs of the UK archive sector. It was a topic that was relevant to almost everybody who was working in the sector. And it's also a topic that's been highlighted as one of great interest among the DPC membership, where we ask them about priority training topics. It's one of the kind of top 5 that's always on the list. And it also was an area of digital preservation where we felt that there actually existed a significant enough body of good practice guidance to be able to support the development of training. And I think if anything, this symposium has shown that how much great work there is going on, real practical, effective work on email preservation. And that there is that engaged, proactive body of practitioners who are producing reliable and authoritative resources. And there are also a number of established tools that would help with facilitating workforce development that we could include in tool demos. And there was existing training that we could learn from. And at this point, I have to give a big thank you to Chris, Trisha Patterson and Ruby Martinez for allowing us to use their email preservation training as a foundation for developing this course. They ran that for our DPC members a couple of years ago now. And I have to say, I have consulted the videos from that a lot during the development of this email preservation training. So in terms of the project aims that we set out, as I mentioned earlier, we wanted to make sure that we were setting clear aims, as that's a very important part of the project. We knew that we wanted to focus on intermediate level content. We also wanted to make sure that we were maintaining the quality level that we established with that Novice Know-How Classic, making sure to draw from good practice. And I have to say, my copies of Chris's second edition of the DPC's Tech Watch on email preservation, and also the feature of email archives report from the task force on technical approaches to email archives are very dog-eared at this point. We also wanted to make sure that we were taking a holistic view of email preservation to cover kind of establishing a program as well as the practical elements. So a little bit more of a kind of broader view than perhaps we covered for digital preservation generally in the original course. We also wanted to make sure that we were describing implementable solutions. That was an essential part of what we wanted to do, and that should include clear, accessible tool demos and practical exercises that learners could carry out alongside their learning or after completing this course. And we wanted to listen to the feedback from the original course as well. So we decided that we're going to prioritise including some case studies from organisations who were already undertaking email preservation within the course. So in terms of the development process, it started in November, December 2022, and due to the procurement rules at TNA, each phase of Novice Know-How Archive has required to go out November, December 2022. So we had to prepare the DPC a tender document for that, and thankfully we were successful again through that tender process. January 2023 was when the project started in earnest, with some planning, initial research, and the course design, which went back and forth. And then the main development phase of the project happened from February 2023 through to the beginning of April. And that was really the creation of the core content with a 3-stage quality assurance process that involves reviews of every module by at least one member of TNA staff and one member of DPC staff at stages 1 and 2 of the review, and then assessment against a completion checklist to look for any bugs at the 3rd stage. Also in this period, we ran a pilot with volunteers from the DPC membership and the UK archive sector, looking at some early content that we developed and giving us feedback, which we then incorporated into the development process. My colleague, Amy Curry, who ran the pilot, also was working on case study development. So she carried out 3 semi-structured interviews with case study subjects. They drafted that content. It was reviewed by the participants, as well as going through the standard QA review process and the preparation for delivery along with the material. And I'll tell you a little bit about those case studies in a second. And then there was also the production of additional resources that would accompany a course. And again, more on that in a second. It wasn't a process without its problems, and we did face issues as we were going through that development process. First of all, we had to work with probably the tightest deadlines that we have for any of the Novice Know-How projects. We were really looking to turn it around in about 3 months. And I personally clocked up 120 hours of extra work time over February and March alone. So it was hard work, but it was good and rewarding work. And one of the issues is a positive problem to face as well. Is that there was a wealth of resources, so many great things on email preservation now, that it actually began to be difficult to prioritize down exactly to look at what our research areas could be. And so I started with a long list of resources and then sorted it by level of relevance relating to the key concepts covered within that particular piece of work and the core audience for the course. There were also that related then to considerations about what actually were the essential elements to include. And I have to say again, the final course structure has been heavily influenced by the types of things that were covered by Chris, Trisha and Ruby in their training and the reports that I mentioned earlier. We ultimately also weren't able to include as many tool demos as we'd initially hoped to for a couple of the issues, mostly to do with complexity. It was important that we kept in mind through the process that the practitioners that this was primarily aimed at, having been funded by TNA, was the UK archive sector. And some of those were likely still to be relatively new to digital preservation. So that needed to be in the back of our minds at all times. So we had to make sure whatever we included would be suitable for that audience. And that meant that there was thinking about barriers to deployment for many of the tools that are out there and how that the audience might be affected by those, such as the things like some of the tools requiring a relational database or Python scripts to be able to work them. That would honestly be beyond a lot of the learners that we're likely to have through this course. So we had to then narrow down the focus of what kind of tool demos that we could include. And this has ultimately led us to making ePads the major focus of the tool demos, as it's one of the most accessible tools, whilst offering quite a wide range of functionality. And there has also been some time spent in reinterpreting the available guidance for the tools. That's something that we ended up spending quite a lot of time in terms of developing the tool demos on, because I would describe the UK archive sector as a nervous audience. There needs to be a bit of hand-holding with them, and I think there's a general problem with guidance for digital preservation tools, not just within email archiving, but very generally across all digital preservation tools, that the guidance is written by the development teams who are real experts in using it. So sometimes I don't think it is quite as complete as it could be for somebody who's coming to it as an absolute beginner. And because it's really hard that once you're at that level of being an expert in the tool to move to that mindset of somebody who's coming to it cold. So it did take a little bit of reinterpretation of the information that was out there to make it accessible for our primary audience. But we got there in the end, and I think the tool demos are good and stand well on their own. And finally, we did have some issues about identifying a suitable example email corpus for using within the tool demo that we could then share with learners. Everything that we had that was readily available to us was either too big, something like the Enron corpus, which we've heard about a little bit in earlier presentations, or it was too small. We had a few things that had come from the iPres bake-off sessions, but they were single email files, and that wasn't really enough to be basing this training on. So we ended up creating a dummy Gmail account, which we had sent some emails back and forward to, kind of from other fake accounts, and signed it up to some public email lists to try and develop that kind of corpus of information that we needed. And that did in turn then have the benefit of reducing any worries about kind of privacy and sharing of the information that was included within that email corpus. So in terms of the course structure, this slide here now shows the 8 different sections that are included within that final course structure. And from this list, you can hopefully see how we've tried to cover a mix of introductory content, big picture topics about setting up a program, and some of the more nitty-gritty technical issues about how email it works itself, and the different workflows that you might put into place about email preservation. And also then at the end, those 3 case studies to hopefully give people the real world examples that they've asked for in the feedback to the original Novice to Know-How course. And overall, we hope the content here will help learners gain real actionable skills for email preservation. I won't go into any more particular detail about these at the moment, but just to say kind of generally, the content of the course within those 8 sections includes 35 modules and over 40,000 words of content. And like the classic course, we've tried to include a mix of content types, including text, video, quizzes, and tool demos. We've included within the demos some showing how to capture email from Gmail and Outlook desktop. While there is good, easily accessible general guidance available about those processes online, we decided to include them in the course for completeness and also for those kind of nervous learners that I described before who really want to be taken through all of the elements of the process and as completely as possible. As mentioned already, the course also covers ePads, taking a relatively in-depth look at how to use the tool, including everything from importing or capturing email within ePads through demos of both the appraisal and processing modules and different tasks that you could undertake with those, through to at least an introduction of the discovery and delivery modules and a kind of introduction to how you would go about setting those up. And we tried really hard as well to make sure that the case studies were selected to be representative of a variety of different organisation types who were taking different approaches or at different stages of their email preservation journey. So these include case studies from Trinity College Dublin, which is looking at a large deposited business archive of emails and the issues faced in terms of security, processing with ePads and managing attachments. The second case study is from Sheffield City Archives, a local authority archive, and that's covering emails from a controversial tree removal project that was carried out by the City Council, where accountability was really paramount, and they went with the option of preserving as PDF. And then the third case study is from the UK Cabinet Office, who are the people who have responsibility for archiving the records of the UK's Prime Minister and Cabinet Ministers. That case study looks at how they applied a capstone approach to selection within the Cabinet Office. In terms of additional resources, we wanted to make sure that there was plenty of content as well that learners could download and keep. So that includes a complete surrogate of the course text. So all of those 41,000 plus words that are included within it, including step-by-step walkthroughs of all of the tools that go along with the demos. There's a glossary of terms relating to email preservation, a list of tools and systems from tools specific to email preservation through repository systems with email preservation functionality to commercial email management tools. I will note that this list does not aim to be fully comprehensive, but I'm hoping to have some time to add a few more things before we go totally live. And I'm going to be using that information to put more stuff about email preservation into the Copter tool registry, because I did find that while doing the research for this, it's a bit light on information about email preservation tools. So I'm going to hopefully put some of that over into the Copter. There's also lists of references used in the development of the course, some exercise sheets around ePads listing the example activities that are included in the tool demos, plus some additional tasks that learners could try on their own. And that goes along with the example mailbox that we've also included for them. So that's the inbox file that was created in Gmail and used for the tool demos, so that the learners can actually then go away and try the exercises that are shown in the tool demos themselves, or try some of the additional tasks that we've set out for them. So after all this, the most important questions are, how do you get access to the course? Well, it isn't actually available yet, but we have a celebratory launch planned on the 29th of June, and registration for that is still open on the DPC website, and we'll be releasing the course to the first people at the attendees at the event, and it's officially available to everybody from the 1st of July. Like the classic Novice to Know How is now, access is going to be self-service. So you just need to sign up for our learning portal and then select to register for this particular course on its course page. As with the original course, it's going to be free to all, although we do have a limited number of places per month. We don't think we'll exceed, but we would ask that if you're not ready to start the course straight away, wait to register until you are, just to make sure that we're not hitting that number and we have to start cutting people off. We estimate that it should take around 15 to 20 hours to complete, but that is at the moment just an estimate, and we're going to monitor that through feedback and update the information as we get it on the course page. And we've not had a chance to add the new learning management system to our domain yet. So you'll currently find the training portal through the link dpc.getlearnworlds.com, but it's also linked to the Novice to Know How page on the DPC website. And if you are interested in getting access to the content itself for upload into your own potential training portal or learning management system, that will also be available from the 1st of July. As standard, the content is shared as SCORM 1.2 packages, and SCORM is an interoperable learning object standard that is compatible with most learning management systems. But if, however, you actually want access to the original text, we can provide that as Google or Word docs as well. It's also going to be accompanied by all of the additional resources. You'll get all of them in PDF formats, alongside a full guide to using and setting up the course, which is very nearly done. It was such a rush to get everything finished. I'm still doing the final tweaks to that. And you'll find all of the information you need about the course content, licensing, acknowledgements, accessibility, steps that have been taken, and the course structure I've already said. And to get access to that, all you need to do is drop me an email. We ask for a small amount of information from you in return to help us kind of manage access to it. And that's basically just your organization's name, contact name and email address, what training portal or learning management system your organization uses. And that's just to help us track which ones it's been successfully been uploaded to. We ask for a very brief, and I'm talking a sentence, description of the audience it's going to be used by. And we also ask you to notify us to let us know when you have been able to upload it successfully, so we know that process has been completed. And we capture all that information partly to allow us to report back to TNA as the funders of the course, but also so that we can let you know if and when we make any updates to the content in the future, so that you can update them within your own system. So just before I finish, I would like to offer some thanks again to Chris, to Trisha Patton and Ruben Martinez for their generosity in sharing their work with us, and certainly like making the process developing this course much easier than it would have been otherwise. To Trinity College Dublin, Sheffield City Archives and the UK Cabinet Office for providing their case studies, which really do add so much to the course. I realise I forgot to add to this slide as well the pilot participants who's also helped shape the course with their feedback, so thank you to them. Big thanks to my colleagues at the DPC for all their help with reviewing the content, but also to listen to my stress rants as I went through the intensity of developing this project, especially our training grants manager, Amy Curry, for all her excellent work on managing the pilot and assembling the case studies. And of course, a huge thanks to the UK and their archive sector development team in particular for providing the funding for these courses, which allows them to be available for free to so many. And also for generally just being a joy to work with. This has been probably the most positive work experience I've had. And it's been great, the results that have come out to it. And finally, this presentation and this course are both offered in memory of Dr. Joe Pugh of the National Archives UK, who was a devoted advocate for building digital skills within UK archives and the cultural heritage sectors, and without whom Novice to Know simply would not exist. So thank you all for listening. I hope these resources will provide useful. There's the links here, but I'll drop them into the chat so everybody can see. And I think we have time now for a few questions.
Yeah, we do, Sharon, but before we get to that, I would like to thank you and the DPC so much for this resource in particular. and for really all of the work you do. I hope I'm not giving too much away here, but the University of Illinois decided to join DPC as full members in the past year because of the value of resources like this that the DPC produces, not only for DPC members, but really for the whole community. And, knowing the ways in which the National Archives has invested its confidence in DPC and in the work that you do, as well as the partnerships that you've developed worldwide, it really is just, the work is just such an essential element of the overall digital preservation network globally. I'm really, really eager actually to dive into the training resource myself, because thinking about it, 15 or 20 hours of time is so well spent to be able to get started with email preservation and really move into things in a tangible way. I love, like you're mentioning, integrating the quizzes, the activities, the case study. It really is the entire package there. So I just want to echo some of the things our commenters said, like Nathan, about the fantastic educational resources that DPC provides. It's just such immense value. We do have one question here, which is from Aaron. How do you do outreach to learners and institutions? Have any institutions instituted the K2KH as part of their mandatory staff training?
Well, in terms of outreach, we've tried to do as much kind of promotion about the course as possible. And we have had several kind of invitations to talk about it, and we take them up whenever we can. So we've spoken to community groups about the course that's available, and we've tried to take it to as many conferences as we can as well. And obviously, as much as we can through social media and the DPC website, and through TNA's communications channels as well. It's currently in, as I think I mentioned, 9 institutions. I can't speak to whether it's included in any mandatory training at the moment, but it is in, I can tell you that it's in the National Archives of Australia's staff development portal. It's in the National Archives of Records Administration, parts of it as well, and kind of a few others that are out there. We've also had really good feedback from a few higher education institutions who have folded it into their digital preservation courses as part of information courses. Particularly a colleague here in Glasgow told me recently that they've always found that the students on their course struggle with the digital course more than anything, but the complaints that they've received have halved since they introduced Novice to Know-How as part of the learning on the digital part of the Archives Master's course.
Yeah, that's really quite astounding to think that it directly into some of our master's programs. And I think speaks to the quality of the work, really. So really happy to hear about that. Danielle asks and says, you mentioned Copter. Could you please repeat what or how you're using it?
So it was really about when I was doing the research on the available email preservation tools, I wanted to not only get to know the tools, but also see how information was shared about them currently. And I found that for a lot of the email preservation tools, there's not a huge amount of information in Copter at the moment. And it's always the resource that I like to point people to when they are looking for tools to work for them. So the plan is that once I get a spare minute is to take the information we've gathered about email preservation tools as part of developing the training and then put that into the Copter system. So if it's available for there for anybody who is using that to find tools that will help them with email preservation.
Great, thank you. You want to ask, are there other questions? Of course, people should feel free to raise your hands as well. We're more than happy to let you ask your question live if you'd like to. Sharon, this may be yeah, after hearing about the 120 hours that you put in, I'm a little reluctant to ask about this, but are there any other knowledge to know-hows on the horizon?
The National
If you're at
Archives,
liberty to say.
nothing concrete at the moment. I know the National Archives is they're at the end of that 3-year plugged in, powered up digital capacity building strategy at the moment. So they're off looking at what their next strategy will be and what funding might be available as part of that. And we are hoping that there will be more kind of novice and know-hows developed out of that process. But in the meantime, we are looking to develop more training under just a DPC banner, which will also go out on our learning management system. So at the moment, we've got plans in place for, we're working with IIPC actually on a beginner's web archiving course that's hopefully going to be developed over the summer. We were also looking at one on capacity building and skills, one on risk management, and also we've had quite a lot of interest in the next two after that are likely to be on developing documentation and on IT skills for information management professionals. So those are
Wonderful.
the 5 that are at the top of the list at the moment.
Yeah, lots of valuable things there. I know the web archiving piece will benefit from immensely here. It's an area we've hoped to invest in more staff resources for several years, but it's always a challenge. So anything that can make that easier is, for existing staff to learn the skills is really, really valuable. Well, seeing no other questions here, Sharon, again, I think, we're just so much looking forward to digging into it. I know the staff member here who wasn't able to be on the symposium this morning. I'm ready to refer her over to it and have her dig into it because I know it's such a big need on our end. So again, just thank you, Sharon, for making time as part of your day, and really more than that, for all of the work that you and the DPC put into what looks like a fantastic resource. So we again thank you, and we will welcome everyone back here at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock Central Time for our next round of lightning talks. Thanks again, and see you in about 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chris.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another round of lightning talks. In this session, we'll have Jessica Smith and Justin Foyer going first with the Palladium project, and then it'll be followed by Jack O'Sullivan with the email handling and digital preservation system. Jessica, if you would like to share your screen now.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you see that? Is that working?
Yep, working.
Fantastic. Let me start from the beginning. There we go. Brilliant. So, hi, I'm Jessica Smith, as Ruby says, and I'm the Creative Arts Archivist at the John Rylands Library, University of Manchester. And I'm presenting today with my colleague Jürgen on the Palladium project. And let's get started. So just a little background about the project. The Rylands Library has been acquiring the email archive of indie poetry publisher Carcanet Press in addition to its paper records since 2012. The collection is preserved in our digital preservation system, Preservica, and in 2021 we introduced management of the collection via ePad. So I know it's really unlikely in this audience that nobody is unfamiliar with ePad, and there's anybody unfamiliar with ePad in it, but just in case, it's an open source software that offers significant tools to assist in appraisal, allowing for the labeling, restricting and bulk restricting of messages. It offers lexicon functionality, automated entity extraction and management, and it uses a custom natural language processing toolkit. It has been our experience so far with ePad that all of these processes still involve significant human intervention and oversight though. Great. So in 2019, we were successful in securing funding for a project called Providing Access to Large Literary Archives in a Digital Medium, or Palladium for short. It commenced in February 2021 and was completed in February 2022. It was planned with an initial block of time for experimentation, and our involvement in the ePad Plus projects really concurrently freed us up to focus in this project on appraisal, management and mediated access. We're only able to consider mediated access at this stage for the email archive as it's closed at the request of the donor, and also presents significant challenges, as everyone will know, in terms of the regulatory framework. So these on the slide are our stated outputs for the project. I know there's far too much text on this slide and I apologize. I think we just probably had too many goals. So for our exploration of appraisal, we first carried out a review of the practices at other organisations, including the capstone and funnel approaches. And as is often the way, we decided to trial a combination of them. So we conducted a survey after that of the categories of email that we could find in the Carcanet archive. Some are specifically related to publishing, but many fell into sort of standard organisational administrative categories like employment, finance, facilities. And this was used in conjunction with the genres of paper record in the Carcanet archive to create a selection criteria and an appraisal rubric to guide our practices. So our first appraisal experiment was to see if we might label some of the most obvious candidates for removal from the collection. There had been no appraisal thus far on the collection, and we identified the categories that you can see on the slide. We were able to bulk label some of them, and some of them had to be labeled individually. And in this initial appraisal exercise, we were able to label just under 34,000 email, which were then removed from the collection when it was transferred to the processing module. We invited 3 poets whose email is held in the archive to participate in a collaborative appraisal exercise. We wanted to see if we could make subsets of the collection available for access via ePad's discovery module. So we provided access to the email they'd sent to Carcanet by identifying them in ePad and then exporting them as mbox files. I'm going to say there were decided idiosyncrasies in the approaches of the poets. And if we were prepared to repeat this process, I think we'd probably need to develop much more detailed supporting guidance. We certainly needed to carry out our own additional assessment of the material prior to clearing it for access. We also looked into creating a sub-collection that could be made available by ePad's delivery module, which, as you'll know, is used for moderated full text access in a reading room setting. We used this sub-collection to test different mechanisms across ePad's 4 modules, and the correspondent chosen for this experiment was poet Elaine Feinstein. Her emails document many aspects of publishing, particularly editing and publicity, but Feinstein also had a long friendship with Michael Schmidt, who's Carcanet's managing editor. So in amongst the professional, there was also discussion of family, friends, personal matters, medical matters. So we thought these emails would be a really suitable test case for our appraisal rubric, and in the longer term for the redaction tool we've developed. So each email was appraised individually in this case, a process which took several weeks, partly due to the volume of the material and partly due to the length and content of the messages. We applied a set of bespoke labels to it in EPAD to indicate the restricted email and also to mark up those that were cleared for transfer to the next module. So this was a really useful exercise, but it became clear that the time it takes to process even this small amount of material was just not sustainable for administering general access requests. So in our combined appraisal experiments, we initially appraised and labeled an estimated 37,000 emails in EPAD altogether. So this is a brief summary of some of the development work we were able to carry out during the project to try and possibly augment some of EPAD to fit the things that we were trying to do with it at the time. So we're really fortunate at Manchester to have a team of developers in-house at the library who are willing to accommodate the project. The work was led by requests from the project archivist for Palladium, and we carried out a combination of new work and sort of fixing issues as they came up. So with the approval of Stanford and the EPAD working group, we think this work is going to be merged into the main EPAD code within the next month or so. So we're really excited for that. So initially we added an option to download the email header metadata for search results as a CSV file. We actually used this primarily for the production of data visualizations, but it could be used for any purpose which required that data set. This option was previously available for entity data sets only. We chose to make the structure of the folder in which an email has been stored visible in the header metadata. This was really useful context, I found, because some of the email accounts were really, really complicated. They had a lot of different folders, and being able to see where someone else had stored it made the whole chain of email just much more clear in terms of the decisions we were making. We also made some augmentations to the correspondence list. It's now possible to merge entries and email addresses which relate to the same person much more easily. We made it possible to export a subset of the collection to the delivery module rather than the collection in its entirety, which means we can work on making select sections or individual poets available to access in a kind of more product, less process kind of approach. We also amended the delivery module so that the email addresses are partially redacted, which means we're not giving out current contact details for the people in the collection, which is really, really valuable for us. But I think the piece of dev work that we're most excited about, and certainly the one we've had the most questions about so far, is the option to redact selected text within an email. So in this augmentation, EPAD now saves a preservation copy and a normal copy of an email message to ensure that message integrity is preserved. There's also an option to export either version of the email from EPAD as mbox files. We've chosen at Manchester to represent redacted text as a series of asterisks for continuity and to mark redacted email with a set of bespoke labels to make them really easy to identify en masse. An icon allows you to toggle between the unredacted and redacted messages as required. So I do have a short demo of that particular bit of functionality, and this is when we just pray that that works. Here we go. Great, so this is an email I've sent that's in EPAD in the Carcanet email archive, and here is the toggle we have that allows you to make the redactions, to make the edits. So if you open the padlock, and the email is now gives you this option here to modify email content. And this is me taking out a little bit of the content. And we've chosen to use a couple of asterisks just to sort of, so that you can't see how much text has been redacted. We use a standard 8 each time. So if you click apply, you can now see that there are now 2 versions of the email. One has asterisks and has redacted data, and the other doesn't. So if you wanted to give access to most of an email and not a tiny bit, that's now an option, which is really exciting. And so if you close the padlock, we're back on the preservation copy. And then what we have done is apply, as I said, bespoke labels that we created just to make it very clear that selected data has been redacted. Great. So that's just going to show you, toggling between the 2 views. So it will then load both your preservation view and your access view. Fantastic. So So we really wanted to produce resources for this project that would be sort of generally applicable outside of our own organisation. And it's our hope that they will be useful to other institutions and that we're very happy to share them with anybody who's interested in any of the work we did. We produced an acquisition workflow, but in truth, we've never followed the same process twice for acquisition. There's always something that can be improved upon or a new approach to try. The full project report was initially intended as an internal record, but some of the issues we've encountered might be useful to other people. So we're very happy to make it available on request if anybody'd like to see all of the dev work we did and how. We produced some user guides and archivist guides, which include summaries of the appraisal and access progress we've made, but also an in-depth beginner's guide to some of the EPAD functions, because we really needed that ourselves when we were getting started. We've created a short document that tries to answer some of the frequently asked questions from donors, and also make some suggestions for donors about what is useful to prepare collections for transfer to an archive repository. We produced a series of blog posts and social media posts, and I really think it's been a really valuable means of promotion. It's pretty much the only way people find the project, or the most obvious way people have found the project. So it's been great to see people engage with it in that way on the Rylands blog. So the Palladium project team consulted with academic staff at the University of Manchester to talk about the kind of research questions they would be interested in asking of large anonymized data sets, which can be produced from EPAD. So using their suggestions, the data visualizations you can see on the slide were generated with using the free versions of software applications Data Wrapper and Gephi. They were created using exported results of entity, lexicon, and advanced searches, and most required manual checking, collating, and data cleansing, inevitably. Our hope was that these were examples of what was possible. You know, we couldn't spend a lot of time on this, but really wanted to show that these were options that researchers could take advantage of and could utilize for the archive without us necessarily having to give out any personal data. So we worked with two artists for the project, Mary Griffiths and Gregory O'Brien, who were connected with Carcanet, and to produce creative responses to the email archive. Mary requested access to the email of which related really to the posthumous publication of a poetry collection called A Responsibility to Awe by astrophysicist and poet Rebecca Elson, who's having a real vogue at the moment, which is lovely. So Mary writes of her piece, in almost 10,000 emailed words, Elson is mentioned by name only 130 times. So my drawing will express these words in geometric form. And Greg asked for access to the email of Scottish poet and novelist Frank Cupner. Greg had heard that Frank once worked as an electrician, so he used excerpts of Michael Schmidt's email to Frank and vice versa within the piece. So they're a great example of the potential of the archive to inspire creative works. We're delighted with them, and they now form part of our digital holdings for the Carcanet archive. So despite making good progress, I think, with our procedures for appraisal, the email we were able to appraise with concerted effort over several months represents only a really small portion of the total collection. And the time the process takes when carried out at item level is just not sustainable to comply with access requests. The project report proposes several potential ways forward, but essentially our appraisal experience presented all the challenges that you might expect, and certainly that we expected. This project would not have been achievable without collaboration between the project archivists, Carcanet Press, academics, developers, and consultants. It's a real testament to the new working practice that digital collections require of us as a profession, and Palladium would not have been possible. The project is a stepping stone in our work with email archives, but we feel as though we're really able to make some positive progress here. So thank you very much. Thank you for listening. Jochen is here as well. If anybody has any questions about the development work that I'm not able to answer, he's very kindly come along to assist with those. And if you have any other questions for me, that would be great. Thank you.
Also, just want to remind people that you can feel free to jump on the mic if you want to ask a question directly. So we have a question come in, just clarifying the partial redactions are done manually, message by message, or is there another way?
Yes, it has to be manual at the moment. Yeah, it has to be,
Manually.
yeah, message by message, yeah, individual. I think people
Sounds
were
like consuming work.
Yes, I think people are particularly twitchy about it. So that's why we've got so many checks and balances in place as an idea, the idea of amending the record in any way. But it is something we were asked about quite a lot. And it's certainly something that I know Sally's been asked about at Stanford.
And another question, sorry if I missed it, but Jessica, are you willing to share your project documentation, user guides, FAQ for donors, etc.?
Absolutely. Yeah, we'd be delighted. Yeah. Yes, please do just get in touch. We'd be very happy to share them.
And just as a reminder, presentation slides are linked on the session, so you'll be able to access their presenters' emails if they included them. Another question, will you be submitting the additional functionality to EPAD?
Yeah, our hope is that it's going to be merged with the main EPAD code within the next month or so. Jochen will be able to clarify that, but we're just sort of finishing off the user guide part of it. But we've got the go ahead from the steering group and from Stanford to add this to the main EPAD code. So we're pretty excited about that.
Ooh. Okay, so another question. When you sent the poets their emails as mboxes, did you provide instructions on how they would view those files?
Extensive instructions in different, we provided Mac instructions and Word instructions. We did it over Zoom, we did it on paper, and still one of them just couldn't do it. It was a challenge for sure. It really, I think it would have been quicker if we just sat next to them, honestly. It would have, yeah. So it was, yeah, it was a great idea in theory, but in practice it needed a lot of hand holding, and also the way they appraised was completely different as well. So really some more, I mean, when we talk about appraisal as archivists, we're quite clear what we mean. When I ask someone else to appraise their email, they were like, well, I don't care, do it, whatever, yeah, whatever you want. Which wasn't exactly what we were hoping. You know, it's interesting that to have that level of, yeah, that level of freedom with it, but we were sort of hoping for a bit more nuance, I think, in the response.
And direction. A starting point, maybe.
Anything. Yeah, anything really. But he was very clear that he really, you know, anything he'd sent in as an email was fine for sharing. So,
free for all.
Yeah, so I think he just couldn't bear to try and open the software one more time.
Well, if anybody has any questions that come up, Jessica and Jochen, sorry, Joe, as they call them. Oh, well, we got one more question. Love the creative responses. Can you speak more about doing this outreach to the creative community? And did you provide guidance on what types of outputs they could create?
Yes, this was one of I mean, having these come in was so wonderful. They're the things I'd never imagined being inspired by an email archive. I think it's a real testament to what this, you know, the potential for all of this data and what it can do. The brief was simply respond creatively. These are two artists that were linked to Car Connect Press already, so they already had a relationship with the donor, so they trusted them to share their records, and they trusted that they were in favor of the responses they produced. But they're so different, as you can see. They're such different responses to the same kind of thing. So really we talked about the kind of things we could provide and the sort of the preparation we would need to do to provide those records. And then we just kind of left them to it, and what came back was pretty great. So.
Well, if there are any more questions, we invite you to do the Q&A, and you can type out some of the answers while you hang back and our next presenter gets ready.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Jack O'Sullivan from Preservica with email handling in a digital preservation system. Jack, I believe you should have all the privileges, so feel free to start when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Hi, yes, so my name's Jack O'Sullivan. I am an engineering lead here at Preservica. So I've been working at Preservica and in the field of digital preservation for coming up on 12 years now. I'm currently the technical lead for the innovation team here at Preservica, who, as well as having a broad responsibility for looking at innovative uses of digital preservation and additions to our product going forward, we have broad responsibility for the sort of core format-based digital preservation functionality in the system. So I'm also a member of the premise editorial committee. And obviously what I want to talk about today is emails, how we think about emails, how we handle emails within Preservica. And I'll provide a very brief overview of Preservica and who we are. For those of you who aren't yet familiar with us, I'll talk a bit about how emails fit within our data model. I've got a brief video demo of what that ends up looking like in practice. And I'll talk a bit about how our approach extends to dealing with mailed boxes as well as individual messages. So first up, for those of you who don't know us, Preservica is a long-term digital preservation system. So we are based around OAS principles. We provide ingest, data management, active ongoing preservation functionality, and we provide access, and so that means direct access to our direct customers, obviously, but we also provide public portals for end user access, so the customers of our customers can access their data through Preservica's technology. We run Preservica as a cloud service in a number of countries now. We've been running our cloud services for over 10 years at this point. We have a large number of customers who are using those cloud services, but we also have a smaller number of on-premise customers, so institutions who run Preservica within their own data centers. And some of those on-premise customers have systems that have been running in production for much longer than our cloud systems, so some of them going back almost 20 years, I think. And we have customers in a number of different fields. So we have large national memory institutions, so think national libraries, national archives. We have museum customers, we have corporate archives. We have all flavours of local government, so city, county, state governments, regional governments, and those come from a number of different countries with different policies. And we have educational institutions, so universities, colleges, even schools. And we have a large number of customers that probably don't fit into any of those categories. And we have a variety of customers in terms of the size of their collections as well. So we have some customers who are responsible for relatively small collections, but others who have terabytes, if not petabytes of data in their systems. And in terms of the size of customers, in terms of the number of direct users, we have customers who run their own digital preservation departments, their own teams, and they've got bodies of 10, 20 people using the system, right the way down to lone arrangers where there's only one person in the institution who is directly using Preservica. We're not specifically an email system, so we handle any kind of digital content, and that means born digital and digitized. We're not covering the same kind of appraisal and curation scenarios as tools like EPAD or Rotom. We're really focused on preservation of and access to the materials that our customers bring to the system, and some of that includes email data. And all of that is to say that we actually see quite a variety of different use cases. So we have customers who use different email systems, who take different approaches towards how they're going to preserve email. And what we're trying to do is really model email handling in a way that fits as many of these use cases as we can. What we're not doing is providing a very tailored solution that fits one particular workflow or one particular use case. We're trying to think about email generically so that it can hopefully be useful to everybody. Which brings me on to how we deal with email, how we model it, how we think about it within the system. And what we're trying to do is to describe and handle email in a way that is technology independent. So it doesn't matter whether you've come from an Outlook system or a Gmail system. And we're trying to think of the key characteristics of what an email actually is. And we can start thinking about the constituent parts of an email. So there's obviously a message body, and that's primarily text in most cases, but we also know that it can come with detailed markup, HTML often or rich text format to describe exactly how the email should be displayed. And it can also directly embed content. So typically you see images directly in line with the text, but you can embed other types of content as well like that. There's also generally contextual metadata that you get from things like a subject line, which is fairly obvious when you say it, that emails have subjects, but not all electronic communication does have that kind of metadata. Some of it just has the from and the to, and then the actual body of the communication. So email is somewhat different in that regard. There's obviously context around who the email was sent by, who the recipients of that email are. You might have flags to say whether this is urgent or important, or whether it has priority. But even in terms of the recipients, there's also different classes of recipients. So you can send an email directly to somebody, you can CC somebody in, you can BCC somebody in. And all of that subtlety creates rich contextual metadata for that record. It gives you an idea of who the intended audience is, who can see this, who knows who else can see the email. All of this might be important when you're considering how to handle that record. And the act of transmitting email creates further metadata, which we might think of as provenance metadata in the email headers. So you can trace the path through which the email was actually sent. So you can see server headers every time it bounces through a mail server, which might give you some important provenance information if you're dealing with questions about whether emails are legitimate, whether they really came from the person that the to field seems to claim they came from. And on top of all of that, there's the potential for other digital objects to be included as part of that communication as attachments. And sometimes attachments are fairly incidental to the email as a whole. But sometimes they're the entire point of the communication. The message body might only be a single line saying, please see the attached. And these are digital files. They exist in digital file formats. And that means that they have their own preservation risks that are independent of the overall preservation risk of the email itself. So we have to consider that. So broadly, we have the message, the metadata, and some other arbitrary content, which means email is really a complex digital object. But when we think about it in Preservica, any individual email we do think of as a single piece of information. It's we use the term asset in Preservica. It's a single logical piece of information that somebody is trying to preserve, and it's the level at which you would interact with that object. It's the level at which you provide detailed descriptive metadata. It's the level at which we think about trying to display or render that information. But we might have multiple representations of that information, so different ways of encoding it. In the case of email, you might think of having an MSG file that came out of Microsoft Outlook, and that's really your preservation representation. That is the information that you were sent. But it's quite a difficult format to deal with in terms of rendering. So you might set up a way of generating something else like an EML for an access copy that's a bit less tied into a single piece of software. And in general, when we think about digital assets, a representation is very often a single piece of content, a single file. So if you think about a Word document or a JPEG or a PDF or a video file, these are single pieces of information that encapsulate the entire asset. But we've already said that email fits a class of object where that's not necessarily true. So we might have, in any given representation, we will have multiple, or might have multiple pieces of content that actually are required to provide a rendering of the information itself. And so we have a term content object where we describe a logical block of content. So typically the email message file itself will be a single content object, but we will create content objects for each of the attachments that there are to that email. And that means that we can start to consider the preservation risk of each of those bits of content individually as well. So if you have an email that has an image attached, the original form of that attachment might be a TIFF file, which you may, for various institutional reasons, want to normalize away to something else like JPEG 2000. So you want to only deal with JPEG 2000 images in your repository. So you need to be able to migrate that attachment independently of the email as a whole, and still have the context where we know that that JPEG 2000 is actually an attachment to the original message. And we do this even in cases like MSG, where all of the attachments are bundled up into the same digital file as the message in the original form. So logically, we can determine that there should be these other bits of content, and we can actually describe those within Preservica, even if we don't have a separate file for them. So what I've got here is a brief demo of what all of that actually translates to in practice. So what we're looking at here is my laptop. I've got an email here, which is an MSG file that came out of Microsoft Outlook. And I can open that directly in Outlook, and I can see, yeah, it's an email. It's got recipient information. It's got sender information. There's an attachment, which is a TIFF. My message body has some markup, so it's not just plain text. I've got embedded images, so the logo there, and if we scroll down through the message body, there's some other examples of images that are sort of embedded directly in line with the email. So this is quite a complex object already. So if I jump into my Preservica system, what I can do, because I've only got one message to deal with and it's actually relatively small, I can just drag and drop that into the part of my repository where I want that email to live. So that gets uploaded and then ingested into Preservica's system. So it goes through processes like checking for integrity, doing checksums, checking for viruses. And we do a robust characterization. So we identify the file format, and then based on that, we might do some further characterization to see exactly what the characteristics of that individual file are. And when all of that is finished, what I've got is a single asset in my system that represents that email. So if I open that up, I've got some descriptive metadata. It's very basic here at the moment, but I can add to that later on. And if I look in the preservation history, I can start to see what is actually represented there. So I've got a preservation representation that contains my original MSG. I can download that straight back out if I wanted to. And this is the characterization information that we've generated. So we can see this is an Outlook email. We can get the exact format from Pronom. We can see how it was identified, but because it's an email, we can also start to pull out some of the other contextual metadata. So we know that we can read the subject line and the sender, what date it was sent, and various other bits of metadata. But because we know there was also an attachment, what I've got when I look at this is a separate piece of content that represents the attachment. So it's pointing to a TIFF file. There's no file size here because we haven't actually extracted this TIFF to store. During characterization, we did extract it. We did run a full characterization of it. So we've got a format from Pronom. We've got technical properties that we've extracted on the basis of the fact that this is an image. But there's no checksum there because we're not actually storing this TIFF file independently. It's still part of the MSG. But in this system, I've also got some migration policy set up to say, I actually want to retain all of my images as JPEG 2000 rather than TIFF. And I want to be able to provide rendering access to this object. So I want to create an access representation where the email is in EML format. So in the background, Preservica will have performed some file migrations. And what we can see here is I've still got my MSG, but if I drop into the attachment, I've now got the original TIFF represented, but also a JPEG 2000 version of that attachment. And if I come back up and scroll down a little bit further, I've got an access representation, and now the message is in .eml format, which we've gone ahead and characterized. And again, because that's an email format, we can pull out that contextual metadata and store that. And I've also got the attachment here. So this is using the JPEG 2000 because that was the normalization that I performed on the preservation copy. And what that enables me to do is provide a direct in-browser rendering, so users don't have to actually download the email to be able to see the content of it. We can see the subject line there. It doesn't look exactly the way it did in Outlook, but we can see the same basic set of information. So we can see who sent it, who they sent it to. We can see that we've got some of the markup rendering. So some of that will potentially have been blocked for security reasons. And if we scroll down, we can see those images directly embedded within the body. And if I click through the attachment, I can actually see the image there attached directly in the email. So I get a sense of the entire record within the context that it was intended to be shared. And so that demo gives you a quick flavor of what that looks like for an individual email. But obviously many of our customers are dealing with thousands or tens of thousands of emails, and usually these come in the form of entire mailboxes that are being exported from another system. So you might have a PST from Outlook or an Mbox from Gmail, or you might get those from packages like ePad or Raton. And as well as the raw emails, these generally contain extra contextual information in the form of mail folders, like showing how the email was organized. Emails are often part of a conversation or a thread, and within some mailboxes we can track this threading information as well, so we can see what emails are in reply to which other emails, and we can create links in Preservica between the various assets to represent that. But there's often also non-email content, things like calendar appointments or business cards, and we don't currently deal with those. There might also be draft or unsent emails, and sometimes those invalidate our assumptions about what an email actually is and what metadata we'll have to work with. So you might find things that have no sender or recipient information, which can cause some problems within the system. So I've got another very short demo here, so I'm not going to go through the ingest process for this, but what we are going to see here, if the video plays, is that within this folder I've got a folder called Gmail Inbox, and if I go and have a look in there, what I'll see is that I've got the original Gmail inbox as an Mbox file, so a single asset for the whole Mbox. So we keep the original that was sent to us, but we also know that it's a mailbox, so we can perform some processing and generate another set of assets. So we can read out all of the mail folders and create folders within Preservica to mimic that hierarchy. And if I drop into the inbox here, I can see the individual emails within that mail folder, and that looks very similar to the example I had before. Because we were able to do the package processing ourselves here, we've actually surfaced the email metadata as fully descriptive metadata about that asset. So some of that contextual information is just automatically brought up. And we can see that we have the same kind of representation of what the email is. So in this case, there's an EML file, so I didn't need an access representation because the preservation is directly renderable. And I've got an attachment that surfaces as a separate object. And again, I can render that directly, and I can render the attachment to show the email in line. And so that gives us a similar kind of approach to what we saw from the Archives Nationales earlier, where we sort of create parallel structures of the original mailbox, and then what that looks like as an extracted hierarchy of information and assets. So to recap, the way we think about emails in Preservica is that they're complex digital objects. They have a message, they have metadata, and they have attachments, and all of these need to be preserved together as a single asset to make sure that the email as a whole, as a record, can be understood. However, because each piece of content has its own associated preservation risk, we think of them as separate pieces of contents that we can address and preserve through individual migrations and normalizations to minimize the risk going forward. So we can also import mailboxes, and we can mirror the additional structural and contextual information that you get from a mailbox. And whilst I didn't have time to include the demo of it, that conversation thread context is preserved as links between assets within the system. And so that's all I've got prepared for today. So I'm happy to field any questions. So I can see there's one coming already that's asking that the demos have a very different user interface from our institutional Preservica instance. So yeah, the demo that I've been, or the system that I've been showing is using our next generation interface, which will be rolling out across all of our other systems fairly soon. So you should be able to get information about that from the community hub and speaking to our product representatives there. So that's the only question I've seen so far.
Next question that this just rolled in. We are Preservica user too. I'm wondering if you can show the data model of the email on the new user interface.
Yeah, so the user interface that I was using there is our new user interface. So that's how the data model gets surfaced to the user. You see the representations of the asset within the preservation history tab, and then you can see the details of each piece of content as drop downs from that.
Okay, I'm going to give you permission to talk, Hillary. I believe you should be able to unmute now.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I was just curious because the older one, you are able to view a tree structure of the data model that shows you, okay, what is the content object, what's the generation, and what's the bit stream. I'm just curious if you can see that in the new user interface. And also when you are showing the asset and the drop-down menu of the email and the attachment, I believe the drop-down menus are the content objects, but when it is placed alongside with asset, which is information objects, it is a little bit confusing. So I'm just curious if there's a way to see the full view of the tree structure of the information objects.
So I don't think we have any direct view of that same tree structure that you're talking about. Yeah, the new interface is designed to show that in a hopefully more intuitive way than just the sort of technical details of that tree structure. But I don't have full details on that kind of product question at the moment.
I believe we have time for one more question. Reprising a question I asked a previous presenter, have you any thoughts on how to deal with and make accessible calendar entries that might come in PST files?
So we haven't explicitly looked at handling those. We are aware that there's something that we deliberately exclude from the extraction process, and that is part of the reason that we always preserve the original PST there, so that we don't actually throw away that information during the ingest, and also so that when we think of a way to deal with them, we can go back and apply that to the original PST of things that are already in the system. I mean, it feels like there should be a solution that creates like another organizational hierarchy within the system that has calendar events, but I haven't really given too much thought to how that would end up being modelled. But it's something that's sort of in our list of things we know that we should get to at some point, but it's not directly, it's not on our immediate roadmap at the moment, I don't think.
Well, thank you so much for your time and presentation, Jack. We're going to go on a quick break before our next session at 11, which will feature Chris Fromm and Tom Habing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Here's our deck presentation, PDF Mail, Format Overview Tool, Architecture, and Future Directions by our very own hosts, Chris Prom and Tom Heaving. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ruby. Just want to do a quick sound check and video check here to make sure that everybody can see me and can see the presentation. So let me know if that's not the case. It is a great pleasure for me to be here and to be talking a little bit about the work on the other grant project that I'm involved with here at the University of Illinois. As Ruby said, my name is Chris Prom, and I'm the currently Associate Dean for Digital Strategies here at the library, and I also work in our office of the Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation on campus. What I'll be doing here is describing an overarching project that Tom Habing, who is with me here this morning, and I are involved with, and on which Eden Irwin, who is running things behind the scenes here as the project fellow for the email archiving in PDF project, is also involved, along with Peter Wyatt from the PDF Association and many other members of the PDF Association as well. So I do want to acknowledge particularly the contributions that Eden and Peter and Ruby have made to the slides that I'll be presenting. As I said, we'll be, and as you can see from the title here, what we'll be doing essentially is giving you a format overview for this proposed PDF mail format, and also a description of a tool architecture that Tom is developing to provide some instantiations of those PDF mail files, so we can see what they would look like and use them. And then we'd of course very much welcome a discussion with all of you about future directions for the project. So before we get to the format overview and the tool architecture, I'm going to provide just a little bit of background and then hopefully leave quite a bit of time here actually for Tom to delve into some of the tool architecture and format specific questions and perspectives that have arisen. So before doing that, I'd also like to give credit where some credit is due here, both to the Mellon Foundation and now to the Institute of Museum and Library Services. The Mellon Foundation had funded phase 1 of this project, which I'll describe in just a moment, and the Institute for Museum and Library Services is funding the second phase. And we are in the second year of a 2-year project, which is likely to be extended slightly in respect to, having a few delays due to COVID and other factors that haven't impeded the overall progress on the project, but still cause us to take a little bit of additional time. So the first phase of the email archiving and PDF project, as I said, was funded by the Mellon Foundation. And the real purpose of that project was to draw together a group, both from the archives and the academic community, and more to the point from industry as well, and from the PDF industry. And the primary goal of that project was to answer a relatively straightforward, but more complex once you dive into it sort of question, which is, does it make sense to archive emails in PDF or to have a representation format for emails in PDF? And if so, what basic functional requirements should PDF versions of the email documents support? The reason why this had become an issue and the reason why this was suggested is that as the Future of Email Archiving report was being developed, there had been some strong suggestions in that report and in the working group of that report that in fact it made sense to think about a PDF representation of email. So that's what this group, which was drawn together, looked at. And in November of 2019, pre-pandemic, the group you see represented here met at the Library of Congress to discuss these topics. It's very much a new experience for me. I would say the last thing, I expected to ever be doing when I first encountered archives or digital archives was be, meeting with a group of technical experts to think about defining a file format, particularly a PDF-based file format. But through that conversation that developed, we got a deeper understanding of both the PDF format and potential benefits that it could play for email preservation or representation in PDF. So the first thing we looked at essentially is that question in the report that I'll mention in a minute mentioned is why should we preserve emails with PDF? And the first of these answers to that question is essentially is that PDF can do things that archivists really, really care about when you understand the format and the extensibility of the format. That by fixing email into a defined packaged format, we can provide a lot more evidence about the original sender, the recipient, and the message itself. So the incredible amount of metadata that email holds, it can be encapsulated in PDF format using the structures that are there. The second reason why PDF is a format to consider for email representation is complementary to the first, and essentially boils down to the fact that many, if not most, archivists haven't still quite figured out how to preserve email. We've seen a lot of wonderful technical approaches and wonderful projects discussed in the seminar here and in the symposium here, but that doesn't take away from the fact that a lot of archivists really aren't doing anything with email in a substantive, systematic sort of way. So what you see on the screen here are actually the results of a survey that Ruby had administered here in the state of Illinois to smaller archives and to archives of all sizes. And you can see that of the 68 here, 60% of them have not collected email, and of the 35% that have, they haven't been processed. No, that's an issue. There's a lot of people that are not at this symposium and who might be looking for formats and perspectives and possibilities that other current email archiving software doesn't afford. This is just another example we found even in workshops that I've taught about email archiving, a group that has a pre-stated interest in the topic. Still, many of them are not collecting email and don't have email collections processed. So why is that the case? These are some responses from the survey, again, that Ruby did, indicating that a lot of archives feel like they lack the necessary training and the technology. Well, I certainly think that training such as the DPC training that we heard about earlier from this morning from Sharon will go a long way in helping repositories. We still also recognize that there are many archives that are using PDF in other ways and are likely preserving it for other document types. So that by providing a PDF option and using things that people are already using in their archives, we do provide an alternative in cases where it makes sense. In fact, we found that of those preserving email in our Illinois sample, most were already using PDF, even if it might not be the preferred, in fact, is not the preferred format. Jessica Dermasic in her talk yesterday presented a particularly good example of how you can systematically integrate PDF into an email archiving workflow. And we really want to make that type of possibility, fruitful for others who might pursue it as well. So that's a little bit about why PDF. And there's still another question out there, which is why not just use PDF-A, and which is the archival format. What we found as part of our discussion is that PDF-A in and of itself is sort of a necessary but not sufficient baseline for email preservation in the PDF format. So that in the spec development that we're doing, we're really seeking to build on top of the PDF spec today. The reason for that is that if you convert an email to PDF today ad hoc using some of the tooling that's out there, you can export an email from Gmail or Outlook or whatever in PDF, you really lose a lot of the vital rendering information and, more to the point, metadata. In addition, there are questions like how should we, how our attachments represented? Can bulk conversion take place? And really neither of those can be expected. In addition to that, most, if not all, of the metadata about the message is not preserved if you print a PDF today. Again, links in the document might be active, but what if the content at that link has moved or has gone missing? Is there a way actually to pull some of that content back into a PDF representation of the email? So these are all the types of questions that the spec really does intend to examine and look at. So what we're looking at a little bit is taking something, the fluidity of email, and fixing it into a format that repositories are already familiar with and could perhaps use as an access copy, complementary to Mbox or other formats that they might be using for preservation, or in cases where they don't have the opportunity to use more advanced email archiving tools, preserve a PDF file, but also know that the full representation of that email is also preserved in the archival copy that they might take. So as a result of those conversations, which we worked out during the phase 1 of this project, we did publish a report which essentially articulates the rationale for the EA PDF project, defines conceptual requirements for the container format, and then describes functional requirements for EA PDF specific viewers, which leads into phase 2 of the project, which is where we are now located, and with funding provided by the IMLS. The University of Illinois became an institutional member of the PDF Association and is working with the PDF Association to build on the goals from the phase 1 project. Primarily, we're doing this through a liaison working group, which is a formal part of the PDF Association and includes representatives both from the PDF community, including technical architects from Adobe, from other major PDF developers, and also representatives from the archives and library and digital preservation community. So the goals of the phase 2 project essentially are 3. First, I've already implied this academic and industry partnership through the PDF Association. The main goal and the most important one is the development of a detailed technical description for the EA PDF file format. And then the third goal, happening in parallel with the specification development, is a proof of concept open source EA PDF writer or creator software, which is what Tom will talk about in a minute. Quite a bit, the hope of the project is that by developing the spec and the tooling at the same time, the spec development informs the tooling and the tooling development informs the spec. As I mentioned, the PDF Association is our major partner in this. Quite appropriately, today is actually, believe it or not, the 30th anniversary of the PDF file format. And if you'd like to read about that, you can read about it and even see a teaser for, believe it or not, a documentary about the PDF file format that the association is developing on their website. Okay, so current work, we are deep into the process with the liaison working group, which is an internal process in the PDF Association to develop the draft spec for comment. We have 0.2 of the spec that we're currently reviewing, and our current timeline suggests that by the middle to the end of the summer, we should have a draft of the specification available for public comment. Because it is being developed by the PDF Association and can feed into the ISO process, we're following the defined process for developing a specification that the association supports, and that involves internal development of the spec prior to release for public comment. As I said, UIUC, we're leading tool development concurrently, and then as the tool is further developed, we plan to release that for collaboration and testing as well. So this is just a snippet of some of the key design decisions that the group has worked through with Peter Wyatt, who is the Chief Technology Officer of the association. One of the things we've been very clear to do is define a core representation of email, and in particular core metadata fields from the message that should be both visually represented in the email and also written into XMP metadata. Things like the top, the from, the to, the sender, the recipient, the date, so on and so forth. This spec also supports embedded files within the PDF file itself, including the raw email file that's used to create the message. So we'll have a representation of the source file right in the PDF as an embedded file, compressed. The spec will also support email attachments being included in the file, again, in their original file format, which may or may not be something that you get with current email to PDF creation software. And then also the inclusion of HTML assets or materials that are harvested from other locations, from cloud services or third-party websites. The spec also has an XMP-based metadata schema that we're developing, and Tom can tell you more about in a moment, as well as some navigational aids and support for those like outlines, tables of contents, file attachment, annotations, and so on. These will be encoded as tagged PDF, essentially. As I mentioned, we're developing a PDF or PDF mail creation software. And also we recognize that the files will be immediately useful in any PDF viewer software that you have right now, while also noting that the full functionality of EA PDF or PDF mail would be available through to be developed viewer software, which would fully leverage the metadata schema and some of the more advanced elements of the spec. So this just provides an overview of the XMP metadata schema that we're looking at. There are 3 profiles for messages. One would be a single email. You can also have multiple emails or a container of multiple emails, which would be used to represent essentially a folder structure, an account, or so on and so forth. There are profiles for the metadata that's attached at each of those levels. EA PDF has the ability to build hierarchies and metadata hierarchies similar to the way that we would describe archival materials, and we're really leveraging that. Again, a little bit more about the XMP for EA PDF. There is mandatory XMP at the document or file level, which would be exactly like it works currently with PDF-A, recognizing that a lot of the generics legacy software that's out there does not directly provide access to that XMP metadata. It would be available for document management systems or repository services that would be able to index it. And then for each individual email message, there are some core header fields, as I've said, that would also be expressed as XMP, and then for better search and discovery, made available as well for made available to existing document management systems. Before I turn things over to Tom here in just a moment, I would just like to note that for the EA PDF technology, it's important to keep in mind and disambiguate a few terms. So EA PDF is kind of the overall concept in which we encapsulate the idea of preserving email in PDF or representing it in PDF. PDF mail is the subset specification that we're currently developing. PDF-M might be a future potential ISO equivalent to PDF mail. And then, as I've pointed out, there are already profiles or conformance levels that Peter, who's the Chief Technology Officer at the PDF Association, has built into the draft spec. So, Tom, I believe I am ready to turn things over to you here, if that's right.
Yep, I believe so. And you're going to continue to drive the slides, right, Chris?
Yes, right.
All right. Although I will take over just briefly right after this slide. So Chris has already touched. Let me start off by introducing myself very briefly with the normal caveats that I've seen a number of people introduce themselves with. I'm not an archivist or a librarian. I'm a software developer, although I have actually been involved with digital libraries and archives developments for over 25 years. I'm actually retired from the University of Illinois right now, but I have been working part-time for Chris on this project quite enjoyably so. But I mean, my credentials go back to like the NDIP project at the Library of Congress, if there are any graybeards in the audience who even remember what that was. So just to kind of establish my credentials a little bit here. So Chris has covered a number of these points already. The fact that the PDF, the EA PDF files are required to be archival quality PDFs or PDF-A, and that's specifically A3 for the version 1.7 PDFs or A4 for the 2.0 PDF files. Chris already mentioned that there's a number of different there's actually 3 different profiles. One of them is one email message per PDF, multiple email messages for PDF, or there's a PDF technology called PDF portfolios, which allows you to sort of bundle multiple PDFs into a single PDF in that sort of a hierarchical fashion, if you will. Another sort of key technical point here is there's really 2 aspects to rendering emails inside of a PDF. One of them is the human readable aspect. And a lot of people are probably already familiar with this. I mean, you can go into Microsoft Outlook and do a save as email and do a save as PDF. And that's kind of is a good human readable aspect of this. But the major shortcoming of doing that is quite often you lose the attachments, you lose all of the rich metadata and provenance that's associated with that. And so that's the second aspect of this standard, is the machine readable aspect. And so the specification itself is fairly permissive as far as the human readability of these things go. You can, a developer has a fair amount of leeway to make these PDF files look however they want them to look, but the specification that's being developed will be fairly strict in terms of what the machine readability of these PDF email documents will be. And Chris also mentioned that one of our goals with this is to make as much of this accessible as possible in legacy PDF viewers. And I'll give a demo of this very briefly. And kind of going back, I mean, to this sort of machine or the human readable. I mean, you can have table of contents, you can have summaries, you might have conversion logs that describe kind of errors or warnings that you encountered and things like that. And this could all be embedded in the human readable version of these PDF documents. And another aspect of this is the metadata. And so right now, the specification, and this, Chris mentioned that that specification is at 0.2. The 0.2 specification was just sort of released publicly like earlier this week. And so there's still a lot of this stuff that's under discussion, but currently the specification is using a PDF standard called DParts or document parts. And so that was part of sort of some of these annex documents for PDF 1.7. It's actually part of the core specification for PDF 2.0. But these DParts allow you to describe a hierarchy within a PDF document and attach metadata to that hierarchy. And so you could have a set of, you could have a hierarchy, which might represent folders and subfolders of your email. And then there would be specific page ranges within that hierarchy, which represents an individual email message. And so this allows you to attach metadata at sort of the email account level and at the subfolder level, in addition to the email into the individual email message level. So Chris also mentioned, I mean, email attachments are going to be embedded as PDF attachments, in addition to the original source emails will also be embedded. And so I am going to try to share my screen right now and kind of show you one of these documents. So are people seeing my screen right now? You should.
It's loading. Okay,
there we
go.
go.
There you go.
All right. So you should be seeing a PDF document. This is in the Adobe Acrobat Pro reader here. And so this is kind of what I've chosen to do as far as the visual representation of these things. And so you see that there's a cover page and some sort of summary information about like whose email account this is and how many messages and so far, how many messages and attachments and so forth you see here. And then there's sort of a brief table of contents. And so the links that you see here, one of these will go to the source file. And so this is and so the origin of this, I'm a bit of a digital pack rat myself. And so the origin of this is a Mozilla Thunderbird folder that I kept for a project from many years ago. And so Mozilla Thunderbird stores emails as inbox files with nested subfolders and so forth. And so this is a particular subfolder of my old Thunderbird email. And so you can see here that there are actually 10 separate inbox files that were processed and embedded into this document. And so if you click on the go to source, it's just going to take you down to this list of file attachments. And you see that right at the top of this is the DLF distributed library. That's an inbox file. And I'm choosing to store those files using the SHA-256 checksum as the file name for this inbox file. And I'm doing that for attachments also, a number of reasons for that. One of them is to avoid file collisions. And so if you have a large email corpus with lots of attachments, chances are you're going to run into file naming collisions, which I wanted to avoid. And so you can see the original file name and then the checksum here. And so if you actually jump over to the list of attachments for this document, hopefully everyone is seeing this, you can actually, let me find a source file here. Here's one of the source files. If you double click on this, it will actually extract it from the PDF file, and this is the gory inbox file in all its detail here. Likewise, you can do that for the various attachments also. And so double click on one of these and open up one of the attachments from this collection of emails that I've converted into a PDF here. Let me jump back to this and just kind of show you how an individual message is being rendered. And so the specification itself sort of talks about sort of highly recommended email headers that should be displayed in the human readable portion of this, like the from and the to and the subject. I mean, the stuff that you would actually expect here. The next thing I do is sort of create a table of contents for the individual message. And so if anybody is familiar with the inbox and the MIME formats, I mean, typically an email message can have a nested structure of sort of alternatives. And so there's a plain text and an HTML version and then the attachments and so forth. And so if I wanted to see what the HTML version of this message was, I could just click on the go to content, and there's the HTML rendering of that particular message. And you'll see here is also the plain text rendering of that exact same message. And then finally, there's the attachments. And so once again, I can click on this, and it'll take you down to my sort of mapping directory, if you will, that says that this ILMS PDF is actually stored in this PDF document as this file name, and it would allow you to sort of go over and retrieve that particular attachment if you wanted to. Admittedly, this is a little bit clunky at this point. We're working on ways to improve this a little bit. Another thing to point out is that these are PDF files, and as part of my development, I'm using the Adobe Preflight to check this, and so you can see that this does validate according to Adobe Preflight. I'm also using a tool called Vera PDF as part of my development process, and so any one of these PDFs that's generated will be run through this tool to check that it conforms to all the PDF A3 rules. One last thing is talking about the dpart metadata a little bit. This is an aspect of this that's not readily accessible through legacy PDF viewers. And it's partly because the dpart specification is a fairly new inclusion into the PDF standard itself. Adobe, you can get a plugin for Adobe called the Callus PDF dpartner plugin. If you open this, give me a second here. it will actually parse this PDF file and look for all of those D parts. And so there's like a root level, and then you can kind of drill down. And this is, and if you drill down to one of the leaf nodes, you can see that this is a particular message that starts on page 157, and the DPM stands for the D part metadata. And so this is actually an XMP stream in PDF parlance that ties directly back to that particular page. And so that XMP stream contains the metadata for the machine readable RDF XMP metadata for that particular email message. And future tools will be able to extract that XMP metadata from this if you're developing sort of a more fulsome email processing workflow based on this standard, for example. I think Chris will talk a little bit about this right at the very end of our presentation. And just to kind of go down a little bit further to illustrate that this is a hierarchy, I mean, you can jump down to one of those sub-level messages, and you can see that this actually starts on page 847 and ends on page 846 to 847 and see the metadata for that. So Chris, if you could jump back to the PowerPoint slides, take over the screen sharing here.
Just 1 minute, Tom. I'm trying to get that set back up again. And
all right.
I think, do you see that now? Nope, you've got the wrong thing.
Yeah, I see your screen.
Yep, just a second. Let me make sure we've got everything set up here the way I want it to be. Okay.
I apologize for sort of breezing. I feel like I'm talking very quickly and breezing through a lot of this. So hopefully I will finish up and we'll have time for questions.
Oh, no,
okay, thanks, Chris.
Yep.
So yeah, if you would go to the next slide, Chris. Apologies for the spaghetti monster here, but this is sort of a graphical representation of how we're using this D part specification and how it maps back to an email archive. I gave a sort of a brief sort of overview of how this works, but we have a sort of a conceptual model of what an email archive might be. It consists of email accounts, and those email accounts are archived in what I'm calling an email account snapshot. And a snapshot can contain multiple email folders, and folders can be nested within other folders here. That's the contains folder, and folders contain messages, and messages contain attachments, for example. And there can be metadata associated with any one of those objects all along that stream. That's what you see on the right-hand side of this diagram. If you look over to the left-hand side, this is how that email model is mapped into the PDF mail. And so there's sort of document level XMP metadata. There's also metadata associated with folders. And then there's metadata associated with the messages themselves. And so without sort of belaboring this point, I mean, people can go back and look at this, and please ask questions at the end of this if you have any questions about this in particular. Next slide, Chris. So a little bit more detail about what we're calling the proof of concept implementation. As Chris mentioned, our purview is strictly an EA PDF creation tool. And so it's a work in progress. I mentioned that the 0.2 spec was released last week, and there's still some very active discussions going on about especially how metadata is going to be mapped and things like that. But ultimately, our goal for this is to have a command line utility that can create EA PDF documents, like the one that I just demoed on my screen. We're looking at into the future at possibly having a GUI interface for this, for example. Right now, you can point this tool at a folder full of inbox files or at a folder full of EML files. That's essentially an individual email message in MIME format. We're looking at the possibility in the future of processing Microsoft Outlook PST files and also the possibility of directly connecting to like the Microsoft Exchange API or the Gmail API and sort of slurping emails in directly via these APIs is another possibility as well. And then the output of this tool is going to be one or more PDF documents. A lot of our work was inspired by the DARC mail tool and also the the email archive XML schema, the EAXS schema that came out of the North Carolina State Archives and the Smithsonian and their tomes project, if people are familiar with that. All of our work right now is going to be open source. We do have a GitHub repository set up for this. The normal caveats apply if anyone is going to look at this, is it's still a work in progress. You're going to have to be a pretty techie person to really make any use of this right now. There's really no command line tool. It's all sort of the raw library and code at this point that resides in our repository. I don't have this on the slide, but it's probably worth mentioning that this is being implemented with the Microsoft .NET framework and a C# programming language. I'm using versions of this that should allow me to compile this into cross-platform executables, either for Linux, Mac, or the Windows platform. I'm doing most of my work in Windows, but our goal is to be able to do that for a cross-platform as well. Go ahead and go to the next slide, Chris. This is another little bit of a spaghetti diagram here, but this hopefully will illustrate sort of what the process flow is for my particular creation, EAPDF creation tool is. And so I mentioned that I sort of inspired by this EAXS XML schema, if you will. And so you kind of start off, like I mentioned, with a folder full of inbox or EML files. And the first thing that happens is that I'm using what I think is a very good open source mailbox or inbox MIME processing tool called MIMEKit. And so I parse all of these inbox and EML files using this MIMEKit tool, and I convert those into an EAXSL XML file. I will say that I have made fairly significant modifications to that XML schema specifically to support what I need for the PDF processing. But if anyone's familiar with that XML file and look at one of the files that I produce, it'll probably look just like an EAXSL file for you. And so this converts the emails into this XML thing that you see on the right there with the count folders and messages. At the same time, it also extracts all of the attachments from an email message and it stores those in the file system. And it also does probably a bunch of other stuff I'm forgetting, but one of the important things is it sanitizes the HTML and the plain text and so forth, so it's easier to sort of embed within the XML files. You see that there's sort of a left-hand box and a right-hand box here. This kind of gets to the point of sort of there's the visual rendering aspects of this, and there's also the sort of the metadata machine readable aspects of this. And so if you go down to step number 2, this is sort of the first step in taking that XML document and turning it into a renderable, human readable PDF. And so I'm using the XSLT, which is the XML style sheet language transformation language, to transform that EAXS file into XSLFO, which is a page formatting language, if you will. And there's a number of tools, both open source and commercial, that can take the XSLFO document and actually turn it into a PDF or a PostScript or HTML, a lot of different sort of end products. But I'm using two different tools to do that at this point. One of them is the Apache FOP program. This is an XSLFO processor, I think is what that stands for. And just to keep myself honest, I also have an evaluation copy of a tool from a company called RenderX, which is an XML or is an FO processor as well. One of the things I'm trying to do with this is to make it as modular as possible. And so people can plug and play. So if you want to use FOP, you can. If you want to use RenderX, you can. Antenna House is another big company that has a commercial FO processor, which is very good. So you can sort of plug in and play different sort of rendering tools into this workflow if you want. And so what that FO processor does is it sucks in the email attachments, it sucks in any fonts or color profiles, or if there are embedded images that are required for like an HTML page that live out on the internet, it slurps all of those in and creates the PDF document. Moving over to the right side of this diagram, you see that there's the part that does the machine readable part. And so I use an XSLT, once again, a different XSLT to process that EAXS file and extract the metadata into an XMP RDF format. And then using some post-processing, and this is where I get into some lower level tools. I am using the iText Sharp, which is an open source email or open source PDF processing tool to essentially insert the D parts and the metadata into that PDF document, and the end product is the EA PDF document. So hopefully that was a little more clear than mud, but a lot going on there. I apologize for all the techie speak here. So move on to the next slide, Chris. Some of the challenges that I've dealt with. Some people may have seen the acronym GIGO, garbage in, garbage out, and so I'm dealing. But purposefully, I'm dealing with some very old email corpuses going back 20 or more years. And so you can, anything that is possible to have in an old email, you're going to see it in these emails. Control characters, people are familiar back in the day, you could copy something out of a Word document and then paste it into an HTML page, and you'd get all these weird characters and stuff like that. So I'm encountering a lot of that. I mean, especially ancient HTML content. I've seen a lot of commercial content in these old emails where they use nested tables, like 5 or 10 levels deep of nested HTML tables to get their formatting with non-breaking spaces all over the place and things like that. A challenge of dealing with non-Western languages, right-to-left languages, spotty tool support, and sort of what I would call a bleeding edge PDF feature, which is this D-part stuff that I've already mentioned. So next slide, Chris. I think you're up next.
Right, I think I am. And Tom, thank you for that. I'm just going to end very briefly by noting a point that's a little bit implicit in what Tom was saying. But in order to leverage the full value of the spec as it's developing, a next step after PDF creation software is built, either the software that Tom's working on, the open source software, or software that some developers in the PDF community might develop. The next step really would be to have some EA PDF or PDF mail viewer software developed, which would provide a full sort of rendering experience like you see on the little mock-up that I've done here. I do want to reiterate that that's a very sort of prospective thing that would follow after the development of the creation software. Relevant to that, Claudia asked an excellent question, which is whether developers of PDF converters that will support or work on converting to PDF mail. And that's really the value of being part of the PDF Association community, because we have on any given call, anywhere from 6 to 12 or more representatives of PDF companies that are following the work closely, and some of whom appear to be developing their own implementations in parallel with the work we're doing. So that is a hope that there'll be other development options out there as well. As a next step, then, as I say, we're continuing the spec development. We do anticipate that a public version of the spec will be available for comment later this summer. And since we're very short on time here, I'm just going to open things up for questions now.
There's a couple of questions in the Q&A, Chris. One of them from Nathan about criticisms of PDF A4 because it allows external entities to be embedded, which was contrary to the goal of archival PDF. And I can address this a little bit, is that we actually are required to use either PDF A3 or PDF A4 because those are the only two versions of the PDF standard that do allow external entities to be embedded within the PDF document. And so that was quite deliberate, and I think that's why PDF A3 and A4 were actually developed beyond PDF A2, is so it would allow attachments like that. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is open to debate with the PDFA community. So I don't know if you could add to that, Chris.
No, I'm not able to really. I mean, I think the key point is whatever is attached to an email message or whatever HTML assets there might be in an email message would be passed through as they are. So yeah, that's just a baseline sort of a piece of knowledge to have about the spec as it's developing. But I'm perhaps not anywhere near as up on that criticism there as Nathan you might be. And then your other question here about accessibility. I was double checking the spec, after you asked that, because we had a discussion about it in the liaison working group, whether or not to require formal PDF UA, to require PDF UA, which is the universal accessibility. And Peter, for a variety of reasons, recommend we not make formal PDF UA compliance a required part of the spec. But the spec is also very explicit about the ways in which metadata structures should be built and include some of the same types of recommendations. I can't remember exactly why he didn't think that UA was good, but I know he had some concerns that it would raise some overhead and cause some conflicts with the PDFA in a way that was not completely clear to me at the time, but he was very very clear that it would be difficult to do that.
I can comment on that briefly as well. I mean, I'm far from being an expert on accessibility. I am trying to do the right thing, at least for the content that I have control over in terms of tagging things as P's and headers and all of that, sort of the basic stuff, and having alternate text for images and so forth. But another aspect of this is sort of the garbage in, garbage out aspect. I mean, if I'm trying to render like an ancient HTML page into the PDF, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to make that legacy HTML accessible with nested tables and all the stuff that they told you that you're never supposed to do, but people 20 years ago was common practice, for example.
We do have a couple of additional questions here. I'm going to suggest that because we're a few minutes over, perhaps we break here and then I will answer those to the best of my ability over the Q&A system in written format. But again, just like to thank you all for your time. Ruby, do you have anything else here before we take our lunch break?
Nope, I do not.
Okay, great. Well, we hope to see many of you back at 1 p.m. Central Time. And thank you again. Look forward to seeing you at 1.
Thanks, everybody.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm hoping you all had a good break period here. We have a little bit of a shift now in that we're moving into lightning talks, and we have two presenters who were not able to be here at this time for a variety of reasons. So we do have some pre-recorded videos which we'll be sharing. The first of those is from Linda Schmitz-Furig, who's an archivist at the Smithsonian Institution. And I'm really looking forward to sharing the video with you here and to seeing Linda's talk, given its rather provocative title, suggesting that it's time for a shift in direction with email archiving. Following Linda's video, we'll also have a presentation from Peter Green, who's a doctoral student at Curtin University in Australia. And Peter is speaking with us about his research regarding use and visualization of archives. So two very interesting topics, two very interesting presentations, and we will have an opportunity for you to present questions back. Ruby will be sharing more information with you. Hello, can you hear me? Ruby, I just see you put a note there that you can't perhaps hear me. Is that the case?
That was actually Eden, because she's trying to share the recording, but she needs to share sound.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. But I think we resolved it.
You think you've resolved it? Good.
Yes.
I was a little bit afraid that I had been speaking into the ether there for about a minute and you were just watching some crazy hand gestures. So, okay, good. So we're good to go. We will be sharing the video with Linda now, and Ruby, I know you'll be sharing some information about how to present questions back to us.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. I am Linda Schmitz-Furig, digital archivist at the Smithsonian Libraries and Archives. I am sorry I'm unable to join you live today. If you do have questions, please feel free to reach out to me. My contact information is at the end of the presentation. The tools I am discussing today are not an official endorsement by my employer. I think the last few years have demonstrated how much we are still using email, as well as other technologies like Teams and Slack. As the institutional repository for the Smithsonian, we are responsible for documenting its history, and this includes email collections. Researchers will have a wide variety of historic events, from COVID responses to social injustice to climate change, to dive into from this time period. Email has been used for years at the Smithsonian, everything from Lotus Notes to GroupWise, and we've been on Outlook for quite some time now, and now are in Office 365. We basically use the capstone approach, depends on your role at the Smithsonian, or it could be a specific project. We have been acquiring more accounts than usual in the past few years. Departures and retirements from Smithsonian leadership included 6 women earlier this year around the same time. As noted earlier, this is a rich corpus. The Collaborative Electronic Records Project was an email preservation pilot with the Rockefeller Archive Center. We tested various tools, devised workflows, and collaborated with another email project to co-develop an XML preservation schema known today as e-access. We wanted something that would last for the long term. XML is still around. It had to be something that a small shop could adopt with little IT support, and to manage the email at the collection level, not the individual messages. As part of the project, we developed software that was freely available. This was the SERP parser with a UI to create XML following the e-access schema. Written in Squeak Smalltalk programming language, many people were not familiar with it. While we had very thorough install documentation, it could take time to get it to run. We led various hands-on install workshops for other organizations, but we were not able to continue tech support of it or develop it more. Here we see an email account that has been preserved in e-access. While the display is not fun to read, we're not reliant on Outlook or some other application to read the PST file. It has all the elements of the message, including the message ID, timestamp, sender, recipient, message body, subject, encoded attachments, and so on, as well as it following the hierarchy of the account. To get the end result of this count, there are many steps, including acquiring the PSTs and working with central IT to do so, making backup copies, creating mbox files from the PSTs. And this can take a long time if it is a large account. The software we use generates a log with the subject, recipient, sender, date that the archivists do their appraisal and accessioning from. We do very little weeding since it can be time consuming. And the mbox files are used to get the XML output. So while it was constructed to handle thousands of emails, it would take a long time to process, especially as the Smithsonian accounts grew larger. The parser was slow and it wasn't scaling the way we needed. So it was time to develop something better. This is Darkmail, Digital Archive for Email. Written in Python, it worked with MySQL. We have now moved it to SQLite. And the Darkmail XML component can run from a user interface or command line that gets us the e-access XML. It's faster than the SERP parser was, but it still requires those mbox files from the PSTs. In addition to the XML, there's a log that tells us how long it took, processing issues, and if duplicates are found based on the message ID. So you can load in the account and do review, do searching, and view the message. You can also do an export of mbox of a subset of messages. And regarding research, somebody can use a copy of the PST, the mbox, or the XML. This is an older ePad view that a researcher used on site to look at some messages. We had them use ePad because the interface and the navigation is a little more researcher friendly than Darkmail. So while this made some aspects better of email preservation processing with Darkmail, we were hitting a big bottleneck with accessioning the accounts. And more people were starting to leave with larger accounts as this has expanded over time. IT has increased the size of our email accounts thanks to the cloud. The largest collection we've taken in so far is 90 gig. So the theme here is that it's just so much time to work on this and do the processing. Various email initiatives have been happening the last few years. We either have been involved with them or have been following them. So it was definitely informing where we wanted to possibly go next. So this was the previous workflow with Darkmail. And to get this end result, many steps. Essentially, it's taking a long time to get the information to the appraising archivist with the creation of the mboxes and the logs working together. So we moved to a new workflow that helped with some help from some additional tools, since now the appraisal logs are being created sooner and the mbox files can be done later. And the virus scan has disappeared since that plugin has been discontinued by the vendor. This new process incorporates the use of the read PST utility to create the header outputs. This is much faster than doing the mbox logs. The text logs are put into OpenRefine for some cleanup and exported out as one Excel doc for the archivist to do the review. And it has the subject, sender, recipient information, but still taking time. As an early tester of the phase 1 of ePad, we have closely watched developments and we're delighted to see the ePad Plus project offering some additional features. We participated as a 2022 ePad Plus community tester, and then this reinforced the idea of exploring some changes again. This is the potential workflow we are looking at now. Acquiring the account, the PST for the collection goes right into ePad with the Amalgamy add-in. The review and weeding is done within EPAD itself, and then the information to the archivist, and then it can go to the repository. Here, PSTs have been ingested into EPAD. That first step is reviewing the directories. So anything that's labeled junk, personal, timesheets will not move on to the next component of EPAD. We do take the lead at sometimes though, because there are items of interest. So here's the dashboard with the appraisal view, and those folders were left out. From this screen, the browsing and weeding, or as it is in EPAD, not to transfer to preservation, can start. And there's a variety of options for doing the review. Looking at the lexicon of social security numbers and possible credit card numbers, particular senders and entities. For instance, here, all these general Smithsonian email announcements can be marked not to transfer to the next component or module known as processing in EPAD. These actual emails will be acquired elsewhere. Then when the review is done, it can go to the next module where more refining and authority work can be done if desired. And then all the components are packaged in this bag, and that can go into the repository when ready. So we have achieved some weeding and review of the account in an efficient way. But this isn't perfect either, as nothing is in digital preservation. I won't discuss all of these due to time. So some of the PSTs that are going into EPAD are not complete. I've noticed we're not seeing calendar and sometimes the route and path. We have had users attach email messages to their calendars in the past. Right before we started testing EPAD again, we were looking at aid for mail, seen here, because it also works with PSTs and can generate MBOX and CSV files. Comparing the outputs with EPAD and aid for mail is how we determined that everything's not showing up. So I've talked a lot about how we use the logs for appraisal. EPAD can export a CSV, but it lacks the subject line. So I put in a GitHub request to have this added as a feature, and I'm told that it will be coming soon in an upcoming release. So hooray. Lexicon search, we are seeing the credit card numbers picking up on the ORCID signatures in our emails, as well as number strings in the middle of some of the SharePoint URLs in our emails. It's caught some social security numbers, which is great, but also bad that people are still using or putting social security numbers in email. We have had issues with larger accounts crashing. We'll need to revisit this more. Could be a variety of things. My machine, network connectivity, both trying this out on Mac and PC. You need plenty of space and memory to run EPAD, especially with the large accounts, because it's working with the original PSTs, generating MBOX files, pulling out the attachments, and then other parts that are in the bag. The appraising archivist who has looked at it so far has liked it. So the next steps will include testing out the new release to see about the log, determining where our other tools fit in, and will the archivist be willing to learn EPAD, or will they want to use the logs, or some combination of both? So I want to thank you for listening today, and if you have questions, please reach out and enjoy the rest of the symposium. Thank you.
Great, and we'll just have a brief pause here while Eden switches over to our next presenter, which is Peter Curtin from Peter from Curtin University.
I'm Peter Green. I'm a PhD candidate at Curtin University, and I'm recording this presentation in Perth, Western Australia, and I acknowledge the Whadjuk Noongar people as the custodians and treasurers on the land on which I live and work. In this presentation, I will talk about my PhD research on understanding the visualization needs of researchers using email archives, and why I'm taking this particular approach and what I hope to contribute to the archival community. I don't need to go into too much background for this audience, but let me set the scene briefly. While I do that, you can look at this early morning photograph of my neighbour's front yard with the large kangaroos that are regular visitors and eat our roses. Correspondence is an important resource for research. The letters sent and received by individuals provide valuable insights into people and events. Scholars of literature depend upon the paper trail of correspondence and drafts left by writers for their research. Historians use personal correspondence to understand the past. Researchers mine archives for correspondence that reveal personal details of events and motivation, and to hear the intimate voice of a person expressed in their correspondence. Correspondence is acquired and preserved by cultural institutions for this very purpose. Now, correspondence as a thing has transitioned from paper to the born digital format of email. Not exclusively. There are other born digital forms of communication that are widespread and have the same characteristics of correspondence, but these are not the focus of my research. So it is recognised that there is an existential challenge for cultural institutions in dealing with the change to born digital if the historical record is to be maintained. I don't need to spell out the challenges at every stage of working with email, not in this symposium. But let us assume that we will overcome the challenges of acquisition and preservation and find ways to overcome the barriers to access of privacy, copyright, and technical issues. Let us assume that in the future, our collections will contain a rich, accessible resource of personal correspondence in the form of email archives. So in this anticipated future, the born digital nature of email provides an opportunity to apply new tools for working with correspondence. One of these tools is visualization, which is my area of interest. Visualization is a very broad term used for graphical representations of data or concepts. Here is a simple example of a visualization. It's a word cloud generated using the text of my candidacy proposal. It gives you something that you can grasp at a glance. Here is an example produced by the EPAD software from the Robert Creeley email archive at Stanford. And here's another EPAD example, in this case from the Ted Nelson email archive. These visualizations provide an overview of the email archive, a sense of the activity over time, and an insight into the top correspondence. And you can see at a glance differences between these two email archives. It is a very useful tool in the context of the other functionality provided by EPAD, and a good illustration of the value of visualization. Here is a very different example of visualization from Project Muse, showing the sentiment of emails using data analysis and a generated lexicon of 20 categories with terms covering various emotions, family, health, life events, expletives, etc. This visualization allows the researcher to explore the email archive using more of the semantic content of the email. And the last example of visualization is this network graph from the Carcanet Press email preservation project, showing connections between correspondence. This type of network graph shows how correspondence form clusters, the different volume of correspondence, and the direction of correspondence. Network graphs are a very popular way of visualizing an email archive and come in many, many flavors. A recent review of the literature by Bartlett and others found 39 papers describing 69 visualizations applied to email archives over a 20-year period. So visualization of email archives is happening, but it is a developing area, not yet matured. The EPAD examples of visualizations made available for research are more the exception than the rule. I expect this to change when more and more collections contain a rich, accessible resource of email archives. However, producing visualization is challenging and time-consuming. How do you know what to visualize? Let me talk for a moment about those who are the users of collections of personal archives. These are the historians, sociologists, information scientists, literary scholars, political scientists, etc. These researchers would be the consumers of visualization of email archives. However, very little research has been conducted to discover their visualization needs when working with email archives. So the objective of my research is to investigate the needs of researchers who will be working with email correspondence in archival collections and use what I find to help guide the creation of visualizations. Let me emphasize that my research is to discover their needs. It's not about producing visualizations. It's about discovering what needs to be visualized to meet their needs. Visualization is not an end in itself, but a tool for meeting the needs of users of the collection. Knowing what those needs are will provide a solid platform on which visualization can be built. So the researchers that I'll be using as the cohort for my study will be drawn from a diversity of disciplines such as history, anthropology, literary studies, information science, social policy. These experienced researchers will have had significant engagement with the collections of cultural institutions and with the staff managing those collections. Those staff will be able to identify researchers for this project and negotiate my access to them. This approach to identifying experienced researchers has been successfully used by others. The researchers will also have a track record of published research outputs, biographies, histories, academic papers, and so forth. I will invite them to be interviewed. The interviews will be recorded and transcribed, and the transcripts will be the research data on which I do my analysis. I expect to do about 20 interviews. In the interview, I will explore how they have conducted their research, especially with using correspondence in the collections, what has helped them in their research, and what might best meet their needs when working with email archives in cultural institutions. One of the challenges with this project is that the most experienced researchers, those who have some decades of experience, will likely not have had the opportunity to examine correspondence in the form of email archives. This is just because the collection and use of email archives is not widespread, and they have often worked with the archives of people who didn't use email and whose correspondence was on paper and captured as such. However, these are the researchers who know what they want when they are digging into the archival record, and I will be helping them in the interviews to bring their experience to bear on the future access to correspondence in the form of email and to the potential of visualization. This is a bit tricky. However, They will know all about correspondence, and they will know from their own experience about email, so I don't think the leap is too great. It is that gap between the past and future on which I'm focused and which I hope to draw from these interviews. And if I draw out what is most important to them, then I can fill the gap in how visualization might help. So to restate, the target group I'm looking for will probably not contain researchers who understand visualization and have used email archives, though I'd be happy to include them if I find them, but will include experienced researchers who have a deep understanding of their own needs and can bring that to bear on email archives and visualization. I expect to be doing my interviews over the next 6 to 12 months. Research outcomes will follow. The PhD journey is a long one. Do you have questions or suggestions or comments? I'd be very happy to hear them. Would you like to chat? Very happy to do that. I'm very good at juggling different time zones. I have a few minutes left, so I'd like to mention some other things that I'm interested in, but are outside the scope of my thesis. My study is on personal email archives, but there are lots of interesting challenges of a similar nature for email archives that are government and corporate records, and for other sorts of email archives such as mailing lists. I'm interested in the rapid advance of various things under the umbrella of artificial intelligence and how they will impact on email archives and on visualization of those archives. I'm following with interest the work of the Lustre project in the UK. I'm interested in how we make progress on various fronts when it's nearly impossible to obtain an email archive for visualization development work or training machine learning models and so forth. An email archive that is real has so many constraints on its use. This is an impediment and a challenge for progress in this area. Lastly, I'm interested in developing a register of personal email archives in collections. My experience has been that they are often dark and might remain so for some time. But knowing who has what, even if they are not easily available, would be very useful development work in this area. Thank you for listening to my presentation. I look forward to sharing my outcomes with you in the future and for engaging with you in the meantime.
Okay, well, thank you all again for being here. As I noted, Ruby has put some information in chat about how you can reach out to either Linda or Peter with your questions, should you have any. We're going to take a break now for the next half hour or so, and we'll be back with a presentation again at 2 o'clock Central Time here, so the top of the hour for all of you. And again, look forward to seeing you back at 2 p.m. Central.
This is Laurel, just testing for sound.
I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you, Ruby.
You're welcome.
All right, and this is Tori.
I can also hear you.
Awesome. Okay, I'll just start my video up.
Okay, I can see both of you. That's great. If you want to check out screen share, feel free to do so.
Okay, I will start the screen share. All my slides and links are ready to go. All right. Okay, it looks like that's what we're seeing.
Yeah,
everybody's
I can see
seeing the
it.
slides? Okay.
Yeah, your slides will come into view after Eden stops sharing the transition slide.
Okay. Just gonna, oh, that's a problem.
Welcome back, everybody, to our second to last session of the day. Today we have Tori and Laurel joining us from UC San Diego Library Special Collections and Archives. So Tori Meishes is a digital archivist in UC San Diego's Library Special Collections and Archives and Scholarship Tools and Methods program. She collaborates with teams within and outside of these programs to preserve and provide access to born digital archival materials, including web archives. Laurel McPhee is a supervisory archivist within UC San Diego Library Special Collections and Archives program, where she leads and collaborates with teams to make collections of personal papers, organizational records, unique audiovisual resources, and digital objects preserved and accessible. Laurel earned her AB from Harvard and Cambridge, Massachusetts, and her MLIS from the University of California, Los Angeles. And I'll turn it over to them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hello and welcome everyone to our presentation. I'd like to take a moment to thank each and every person in the audience for joining us today. We realize we are the second to last presentation in what has been a very content-rich 3-day symposium all about email. So if you're here and ready to absorb still more information, first, we are really impressed. And second, we're just really grateful for your attendance and engagement today. So you can place a face with our voices as we speak. In case you don't have the speaker view up, here we are. On the left is Tori Meishes, our digital archivist, and I'm on the right. My name is Laurel McPhee, and I'm the supervisory archivist. And Tori and I work together here at the UC San Diego Library. To set the stage, we will share a true confession as to where we were prior to last year in processing email at UC San Diego. Email processing had been identified as a strategic goal for years, and on an annual basis, when it was time to establish goals, figuring out email was always on the list. We knew the collections where it was lurking, and we definitely felt an urgency to do something about it. And we weren't neglecting the goal. We did invest significant resources in email projects, especially with EPAD. EPAD had been tried and explored by staff members with different collections. We had spent a lot of time and energy on it. And while we found the appraisal module was time-consuming to use, more importantly, it seemed we were having trouble integrating EPAD into our existing public services workflows and preservation systems. So despite a lot of investigation, we still didn't have a clear deliverable that we could share with public services, easily make available in our reading room, or ingest into our dams, which is backed up by Chronopolis, our preservation layer. So in essence, we're working on it, had become the status quo or a permanent state. And today we're going to share how we broke through that roadblock today.
Right, thanks, Laurel. I'll just do a quick walkthrough of what our presentation will include and how it will take us through moving our process from more of a tool-first approach to email forward into a strategy and collection-first way to make email available to researchers. So we will start with our aha moment where we figured out that we could apply concepts we already knew to processing email. And then processing email that showed up incidentally in our collections as screenshots or text. Then we'll go into our use of Mailbag to facilitate preservation and access, tailoring our approach to our institutional context and UX model. And finally, extensibility, how to apply this process to your own institutional contexts and your own collections. We've all seen case studies and gone, that's great. Maybe I could do that at my institution if I ever had the staff, technology, expertise, resources. So we hope that the end of our presentation will be a time for folks to discuss where they are with email processing and bring in other ideas from earlier in the symposium. And with that, I will pass it over to Laurel to get us started.
Thank you, Tori. So our email breakthrough was actually sparked by something kind of unexpected. Tori and I were collaborating on processing a collection that had been donated on a hard drive by the Insight Arts Collective in Mexico City. Insight administrators had painstakingly set up folders of files on the hard drive to organize all of their documentation. We had all different kinds of file types in this collection, and we were expecting to find email. But when we drilled down to the email files, we were really surprised to find that the artists had actually created screenshots of their emails and saved them to the hard drive as PNG files. So at first, we had a really good laugh about this. We were like, oh my gosh, these emails are PNG, and we were sad about all the metadata that had obviously been lost in this approach. We basically had pictures of email and not real email. But at the same time, we realized this made processing the files according to our already established workflows for digital collections really easy. Because we had permission to make this content available to the public, our goal with this whole hard drive was to ingest the files into our DAMs and publish it through our digital collections website, which is the public-facing window into our DAMs holdings. To do this, we had already migrated most of the document and image files to PDF to generate access copies, saving the original as an alternate file type or as a backup, zipping it up as part of the digital object. And this process was obviously really easy to do with PNGs. The donor had created folders of email threads captured as PNG. So we ran a conversion to PDF, compiled the individual email screenshots together into little PDF bundles, and zipped up the originals to store as backups. We adapted the donor created folder name for each batch of emails as the title of the digital object. Then we ingested each of these objects into our DAMs where it's searchable from the project collection page. So here you'll see a screenshot of what one of these sample email objects with its associated metadata looks like in our DAMs. This little snippet of Born Digital content represents just one series and a much larger hybrid Insight collection. And in the finding aid for this series, we simply provide a link to the DAMs where all of the content is keyword searchable. Once we had practiced kind of taking this PNG lemon and making lemonade, we felt much more confident the next time we faced email that also wasn't PST or Mbox. In one of our poetry manuscript collections from a key faculty member, we knew we had email saved on a hard drive since approximately the year 2000. When we were processing the hard drive content, we found the email, we saw it was saved as text files. That's how it had been originally saved. We could easily open these documents in LibreOffice or Notepad, so reading the files was not a problem. And since they weren't Mbox or PST, and we'd had success with the PNG files, we didn't even try to work with these in EPAD. We followed the model that we set for Insight. We converted each folder of text emails into one compiled PDF, and the original text files were zipped up as a backup alternate. And then these objects were ingested into our DAMs. For this collection, we do not have permission to make this content freely available or downloadable to the public. So here we took advantage of the virtual reading room technology layer in our DAMs, which allows for documents to be fully keyword searchable for discovery, but not available to view or download until a user first registers with us and makes a request through Aeon. Once the request for a file is received by public services, they can release the file via a link to the user for a limited period of time in a viewer that doesn't allow downloads and also has a pretty substantial watermark on the image. So the work on these two collections really set the stage for changing how we would approach email. When we weren't getting tripped up by focusing on really specialized format-specific tools, email became a lot easier to work with. And we thought, well, what even when we do have Mbox files, we can still rely on this method of simply creating access PDFs to present to users. And right around this time, Tori had just taken a training on a tool called Mailbag. So we decided to try that out with those goals in mind. And so next, Tori's going to share how we used Mailbag and our new workflows on one of our most important email collections.
Thanks, Laurel. First, I will give a quick refresher of Mailbag before we jump into our test collection. I don't want to go into too much detail since it's already been highlighted several times at the symposium, but that said, if you didn't make the Mailbag sessions, Mailbag is a project from the University at Albany that facilitates preserving email in multiple formats packaged together to take advantage of different features of the email format. So Mbox for the original email, PDF for text content, work for embedded URLs. And this multi-format approach really helped in our particular use case. Since we wanted to preserve the email in multiple formats, the Mbox as our preservation original, and then a PDF access copy that would be full text searchable, and we could serve it up to users. We didn't have any attachments or live websites since these emails were from the mid to late 1990s. So we didn't need to worry about other formats. We also wanted to keep the email in its original order, but still represent it as a bunch of separate messages instead of one big text file with limited differentiation. So Mailbag's generating one PDF per email, numbered chronologically, really helped us present that mimicry of the original order. So now that I've walked you through a little bit of background, let's get into our guinea pig collection. Our guinea pig collection is the poet Jackson McLow's email. Mid to late 20th century poetry is a major collecting area for special collections and archives, and McLow is one of the highest use collections in our archive for new poetry. We'd already processed McLow's other born digital materials like drafts, typed correspondence, and a fun one, computer programs that he collaborated on and created with other composers and poets to use in their work. So at this point, all that was left was the email. These were largely newsy, detailed messages with his personal and professional circles, so we knew it would be valuable to researchers, and we didn't want to sit on it while we waited for a perfect access solution. The files consisted of over 8,000 email messages on 3 zip disks. McLow had meticulously organized these messages into folders by correspondent, including both incoming and outgoing messages in chronological order. He exported these folders from Eudora and Juno, the 2 email clients he used, as Mbox files in the late 90s. So where did we start in getting all this done? As I mentioned, each Mbox file was one folder of email with one correspondent, varying in size from 1 message to hundreds, depending on who he was talking to. Inboxes and outboxes, meanwhile, could be thousands of files. Making things more complicated, there was substantial duplication and overlap between these folders, since he exported the same folders at different times to back up his email over a period of 3 years. So we had multiple versions of the same folder. And finally, some of his business correspondence contained PII or other sensitive information. So our workflow needed to include deduplication and scanning for and redacting protected material before we could convert our Mbox files for access. We decided to only intervene at the folder level and keep any folder that contained any unique material. I wrote a Python script that broke the Mbox file up into messages and compared the messages in different versions of the same folder. If a folder contained no unique messages, we didn't keep it. If it overlapped with other folders but still had any unique messages, we kept the entire thing. We also scanned for and redacted PII. At this point, it looked like we were ready to go, until we realized that since the files were from the late 90s and the Mbox format wasn't standardized until later, they didn't look quite like modern Mbox files, and Mailbag it couldn't always parse them. So what this meant in practice was that I needed to do things like create working copies of the Mbox files where I could edit headers,
metadata, line length in cases where a paragraph had no line breaks and cut off at the margin, and address other formatting issues before finally using Mailbagit to convert a problem file. So to give you a sense of what this looked like, here's one message from one mbox file. This one didn't need a ton of troubleshooting. The paragraphs do all have line breaks. The metadata is enough for Mailbagit to work with. The only change that I needed to make here was something that most files needed, even if they didn't have other problems. So the header at the beginning of the message, indicating that this is a new message, didn't have a line break before it. So sometimes it would go straight from, say, the signature on the previous email straight into this from header. So Mailbagit couldn't always catch when there was a new message. So I did need to insert a line break before each message header to make sure that all of these messages were treated as separate items. So since one mbox file could be one message or thousands, and they all needed at least some intervention, it was crucial to find some balance between automation and manual fixes. So with a heavy skew toward automation. So whenever I could, I automated this with Python scripts. So now that I've walked you through the process, here's how the result looked. You'll see the original, completely unedited mbox version of this message on the left, and the PDF version on the right, and Mailbagit generated the formatting. So once we generated these message level PDFs, we combined them. So instead of having a folder full of separate messages, we had a merged PDF that corresponded to an mbox file. In cases where we had a much larger folder, say his whole inbox or outbox, we split those large PDFs into smaller files for ease of use, rather than throw a 2,000-page PDF at a user. And finally, we ingested the preservation mbox files and access PDFs into our DAMs for preservation and access. And this is where things got much more tool-centric. Our DAMs UI heavily influenced our choices in how we named, packaged, and split files. We tried to replicate the original structure in what we presented to users, but we had to balance that with still making it as searchable and accessible as possible. So I will give you a quick show and tell of what that looked like. Here is his inbox in our DAMs spanning from December of 1998 to December 1999. So as you can see, it is divided up into pieces by date, because it's almost 2,400 emails. So each of these components here is about 200 emails, not pages, but emails. Some of them are several hundred pages. And a user can just click through either here on the side or with these arrows to find the time period that they're looking for. So now I'll pass it back to Laurel to talk about applying this kind of process outside our specific institutional and collection context.
Thank you, Tori. So with that overview of what the Mailbag tool could do for us, you might be thinking, well, that works for them, but we don't have a DAMS, or we don't use our institutional repository that way, or perhaps you don't have a VRR, or virtual reading room type layer of technology that's ready to use. So you think, well, what does having a bunch of PDFs do? But the key takeaway here is that you don't need to let all of the potential of mbox and all the cool stuff you could be doing with mbox if only you had X, Y, or Z, or if only you've mastered EPAD. We encourage you to bring your workflows back down to earth with what you already have. So you can store access files and bagged originals on your staging server, your secure computer site or server where you store other digital collections, and copy them over to a secure computer in your reading room for on-site researchers. You can bag and bundle your access PDFs and the originals in your preservation space using whatever software or protocols you already use for preserving other digital files. Basically, whatever you've worked out for born digital records of other types and formats, you might be able to use for email if you're creative. We felt that having fairly straightforward public access enabled was kind of a gold standard for us. It was something we wanted to achieve because that allows users to do their own keyword searches across records and mine the content of the messages on their own. I recognize that full public access is fairly unusual for email collections, but it's great to enable users to exploit the fact that email is a digital record and have them be able to keyword search it, even if you do have to mediate delivery. So you have to approach each email project with an iterative, kind of very practical goal mindset. And we recommend that's where you start. Define exactly for email what process means for you and your team, because there's really not just one definition, although there's infinite gold standards you can reach towards. So we urge you to pick what standards are appropriate and attainable for you and see if you can reach them with just 1 or 2 guinea pig collections of email. And you can start with like really simple goals, like get the files off of legacy media, such as floppy disks, CDs, or hard drives. And if you get through that step, you can pat yourself on the back because you are 1 step closer to managing your files. Is a processing goal to make it available? Think about your audience and to whom. Ask yourself, available in what way? What does an appropriate level of access or suitable level of access look like? Then you start thinking about maybe discovering how access copies can work for you. Do you serve them up just in your reading room, or do you have some ability to promote remote access? If you want to make the email available online, PDFs and text files are really your friend because your users are going to be able to interact with them and search them using software they already have on their home computers. So based on our experience, having a goal of using ePad or using Mailbag is not a processing goal. It's an important maybe a learning point or a training goal for you or your team, but it's kind of separate from processing. You have to think about the collection first and then find the tools that help you achieve what a processed state is for that content. And only you or your team can define that for your repository. So for example, once we had gained experience working with email converted to PDF and therefore easy to put into our DMs in the Insight and Rothenberg collections, we were able to visualize much more clearly what we wanted to achieve with Maclo. First, we knew we had to get the email off the zip drives. That's a fundamental baseline goal we have for all of our born digital collections. We also knew that we needed to preserve the original mbox files, of course, even if they were old, unstandardized, little wonky, tricky to work with. We wanted to make every step of our processing fully reversible for future generations. Next, we wanted to make the email files keyword searchable because there's so many of them, and Maclo was a very literary person who wrote wordy, fluent, very insightful correspondence. We knew that just providing folder level access alone using Maclo's kind of cryptic folder titles that he created would really limit folks' ability to find what they were looking for. And we weren't interested in a discovery module that only showed people basically an email that's entirely redacted. We really wanted to facilitate that keyword searching, and we wanted to get the mbox files into our preservation system. So at UCSD, those wants, those desires meant we had to find a way to get email into our DAMs. Getting stuff into the DAMs isn't the goal, but facilitating keyword searching and ingesting the files into our preservation layer was the goal. And for us, that means it has to be in our digital asset management system. And the last thing we really wanted to attain was to allow the users to find the email or stumble across it in a traditional search within the Maclo finding aid, as well as on the digital collections website. So here you'll see a screenshot of our online HTML macro finding aid, very traditional, rich finding aid. We created a digital materials series. There was a lot of diversity in the digital files we processed for this collection. So sometimes we'll separate out digital files intellectually into where they belong based on content, but for this collection, it just made sense to keep it all together. And as you can see, we tried to make the links to the files in the DAMs very obvious, easy to find, easy to click on. And also at the top of the finding aid, we have a bright orange view online button. We have that for every finding aid that has content in our DAMs. So if a user clicks on either these links here or that bright orange button at the top of the finding aid, they're taken to the Maclo digital selections collection. And from there, they can keyword search the whole corpus and request through the VRR to view any of these documents. We also added the terms electronic mail and with the variant term email as controlled genre terms, and also added name authorities for all of the major correspondence. You can probably work more easily with Access PDFs when serving email files in your reading room too. While an online DAMS with mediated access is a great thing, and we love that we have that technology, you can also do a lot with traditional description and providing on-site access only. It's better than doing nothing at all because you're stuck on a speed bump somewhere else. So here's an example from a collection where we salvaged emails from 1996 and 1997 off of floppy disks. While we could have followed the model we worked out for Maclo and put this content in the DAMs, it's still a lot of work, right? So in this case, we're in a collection where we didn't expect very heavy use at all. We simply generate and save the access copies of the emails as PDF on our controlled internal server that Public Services has access to. And we describe these emails very succinctly in the finding aid. Users can request it via what you see our little Aeon checkbox layer on the finding aid. And when they select the digital files to request, they're not taken via a link to the DAMs or a website. That request carries forward through Aeon, just like it would a box of paper. And then they can make an appointment, again, just as they would with paper materials, to come to our reading room and view the PDFs on a lockdown computer in our reading room.
So just to sum it all up, it's not about what tools you use or what process you use. It's about what you want to provide to your users and how to do that given the resources you already have. And once you get past the must-haves, you start to understand which specific tools might come into play. So for example, important things to provide in your processed email might be facilitating keyword search for ease of use, especially in a large corpus of email, or making files easy to share with users following reasonable screening criteria or risk assessment, preserving originals and access copies, or providing seamless discoverable description for users instead of describing it a little less well and just sort of hiding the email in the collection. So with that, I will pass it over to Laurel to kick off our discussion.
So we thought, since we are nearing the end of our 3 days together, we are absolutely happy to answer any specific questions about our work or our process, but we also encourage you to share any of your experiences that kind of parallels ours. And so we just put these prompts together to get folks thinking. If you're in a tool rut and thinking of a way around, up and over a roadblock, we'd love to hear about it. Also, that integration of access and preservation technology layers has come up over and over these last few days. I hope our talk has shared how we kind of bridge that gap a little bit using the technology we had here. And of course, we're always interested in learning or seeing or hearing from people who are also linking to email files directly from finding aids or traditional forms of description.
while we wait for someone to be brave enough and go off mic, we do have a few questions from in the Q&A. So could you share how you redacted PIIs?
Yeah, sure. So in our case, our campus IT department had us use a specific tool for all PII search and redaction. So campus IT had us use Spirion, but then from there it got a little bit more complicated because that tool only redacts Microsoft Office Suite files. So from there I had to go to that part in the Mbox file and just remove that text and then save a new copy. So a little bit hacky, but that's the only case where the preservation copy is not the exact original, is cases where it's the original, but with, say, McLow's social security number redacted.
Thanks. Our next question is from Nathan. Have you had any feedback from researchers on using email in your DAM collections?
No, we haven't, because we finished this project like 2 months ago. Tori spotted the invitation to present at this symposium, and we had been actively working on the MacLow email. We thought, this is perfect. This is going to really make us hustle and have it done by the time of the symposium. So we look forward to hearing, especially it would be to our public services specialists, how the mediated requests are going. It's pretty easy because those requests come in object by object and are approved through Aon. We can track the statistics on use pretty easily. For the collections that are completely public, we just use Google Analytics from our DAMs. So we gain some level of awareness of the level of use, but we don't have the opportunity through those numbers to really ask folks, are you finding what you're looking for? How is engaging with this object serving your research needs? Those are all good questions, and we're hoping once the mediated requests start being facilitated, we can get some more feedback from users.
Feedback pending then.
Feedback pending, yeah, fingers crossed.
A question from Sarah. It sounds like you might have a very clear born digital policy that guides you well. Can you share it?
I can take this one. We do have a born digital policy, which it's more of a recent development though. Laurel and I were both on the working group that drafted the policy. And I think it's on our website. Yes, okay, so Laurel, do you want to get the link or should I get the link?
Yeah, are you thinking of the digital collections policy, or was the question more about like processing and internal controls?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could clarify that. We also basically just apply a lot of the concepts that we use processing paper records to born digital as well. So that helped us when we didn't have something as codified.
But I think like a lot of institutions, we are like riding on the train as the track is being laid. We're no different than a lot of other repositories and teams in that way, which is, you know, why I shared our many years, our strategic goals of working on email, and that we worked on it, but we didn't seem to get anywhere. And so yes, we have been actively working on both internal and public facing policies. But I think really what's helped us is getting more and more familiar with the workflows that seem to produce a result that's clear, easy to use, works within the kind of the ecosystem of tools and discovery layers that we have, without bringing in a third rail or a whole new way of doing things or a whole new discovery point. Once we realized we could put email in the DAMs via these access PDFs, it was a game changer. It sounds kind of elementary, but for a long time, we were like, we can't put email in the DAMs because how will people download or engage with that file? And once we realized a bridge was access PDFs, that really helped us over that roadblock. So it wasn't necessarily a policy that got us there. But now we have an internal workflow that we can follow, kind of a roadmap for future collections, because everyone is a little bit different, but now we have a roadmap.
And would you be open to sharing that roadmap? Somebody asked if you would be open to sharing your Born Digital Processing Guide for emails, or essentially the roadmap that you just described. And just thank for your presentation, which has been very useful to, I'm sure, many people here.
Yeah, I think especially if you email either of us, our emails are at the first slide, we'd be happy to share some of our internal documentation.
Yeah.
Our next question from Jessica, she said, how cool, what system are you using for your access system? And also, what are you using for your preservation system? Oh, okay. I think somebody answered this question for you with a link.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so we have an in-house system, preservation system. We use Chronopolis, which is in-house system that UC San Diego has. And then for access, similarly in-house, I want to say it's sort of a like mutant Samvera, but there's been so much iteration on the dams over the past few years, just since I was hired, that, and it'd probably be better to just check it on our website.
Yeah, it's a homegrown dams and it's always evolving, but there's really good documentation for it on the UC San Diego library website. If you Google that phrase plus dams, you'll see documentation that's probably soon to be outdated because we're working on a new iteration right now.
So our next question, how are you quantifying extent for the bundles of email/PDFs in your finding aid?
In our DAMS level description, it's by number of messages. In the finding aid, I have been so focused on the DAMS description that the finding aid is eluding me. Let me just double check.
Yeah,
or Laurel can take this.
Yeah, so when you're looking at a digital object in our DAMs, you will see in the extent field of the metadata the number of emails, and that is collected auto-magically by Mailbagit, if I remember correctly, or Tori was able to harvest that number through her mailbag processing. So we were not literally counting emails at any point. But on the finding aid side, I don't think we give the total number of emails in a list. Because this collection has a lot of other digital content, it has thousands of other documents, Word docs, computer programs. And so we just followed kind of our typical boilerplate description, which is the top level description extent field gives the total number of gigabytes in the collection. And then if someone clicks on the Maclo digital collection, you get a much more nuanced kind of faceted view of the types of documents and types of objects, if that makes sense. So there's nowhere in the finding aid where we give, this includes 7,000 emails. We figure it's much more meaningful at the object level for people when they're about to click on something or about to request something, know if it's going to be like a fat, juicy file with hundreds or thousands of emails, or if it's just two. That's where we feel the number comes in really handy for folks.
Yeah, and basically what I did to get the email extents was mailbag it numbers all of the individual message PDFs. So the file names are just 1.pdf, 2.pdf. So yeah, either hold the last number, or when I was trying to do it in bulk, I just got the number of files in that PDF folder. And yeah, we really wanted users to know what they were in for when they got to the object level, especially for his whole inbox.
So another question from Pamela, sorry if I missed this at the beginning, but it sounds like you did not use ePad at all to process these emails. Is that correct? Did you try out the tool and decide not to?
So we had tested ePad a few different times in fits and starts since, I want to say, about 2016, 2017. And we just had a hard time, since it was a third discovery portal and just a third another ecosystem on top of what we were already using. We had a really hard time trying to figure out how to integrate it into our existing preservation and access systems. So for this case, since we tried so many times, and with other collections or with test collections, and we really didn't want us having a hard time figuring out how to work ePad into our ecosystem. We didn't want to make that be the only roadblock to accessing these emails. So we decided not to try ePad for this collection and use Mailbag and Mailbag it instead. Because that way we could provide access to the files in the short term without trying again with, I think it would be the biggest corpus of emails that we had ever tried with ePad if we went that route.
And this is a good segue to the next question. Could you speak to how long this collection took you to process?
I think we probably worked on the email portion, like from the first brainstorming session to DAM's ingest was complete. It was probably 6 months. That probably spanned the winter holidays. But that being said, we were working on a lot of other things at the same time. So it was not like a full-time 100% focus on this project, while other things were on the back burner. It kind of fit in very harmoniously to all the other processing we were doing. And it just kind of simmered along as we did our other Born Digital processing, and on my team, we're still doing lots of paper processing. But yeah, it was not instant. But I felt Tori and I had weekly, hourly check-ins on it. And I felt like pretty much every week something got done that would just nudge it forward. And sometimes we would take a couple of weeks off from working on it super actively and then get it back on track. So a little bit of constant work for probably about a 6-month time span. Does that sound about right, Tori?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I think it got much quicker towards the end because we were really figuring out how to do this while we were doing it. Like I had gone to a mailbag workshop at DLF DigiPres, and so I'd played around with it a little bit, but I've never used it at a scale like this. And the email was so wonky in some ways that it really was, the first folders took much longer than the last folders to get through. Because by that point, we'd figured out, we knew all of the known issues, we knew what we'd done in previous cases. So it was just a matter of chipping away at it while we did other work too.
And we wanted to add a few bells and whistles, like because he's such an important person within his circle of poets. He corresponded with important people. And we thought, oh, it'd be really nice to add authorized names to the metadata, since the only other thing we're offering is keyword searching, and so that took a little bit of time, but we just had a CSV of all the major correspondence that we had harvested and just kind of went through the list, like, oh, that's Douglas Meserly, oh, that's so-and-so, and just looked up the LOC or VIAF names, plugged them in. So we tried to add a little bit of value to it through those types of means too. And that all took a little bit more time.
Our final question is, do you think your success with these collections will result in increased collecting of email at your institution?
I hope so.
I think increased collecting happens whether we're ready or not.
Yes, definitely.
It's coming.
Yes. And honestly, that was something that made it challenging for us to figure out what to do with email at first, was because we just had whatever we knew about that was in the backlog. With McLow, we didn't know that this email was here until we got to the zip disks and looked at the files and went, oh, there's multiple versions of his email client in here. He was a dedicated email backer-upper, and yeah, we didn't know it was there. So email has been coming in over the years. We are still finding it, and now we have a better idea of what to do with it. And yeah, email is just going to come in, but now we're more ready for it.
And I think what's great too is we now have a very public facing example of what we can show potential donors of, if you give us your email, this is what can happen to it. Because I think a lot with born digital records of all types, people are really happy to pass off a hard drive or FTP files, but they don't really know what the archivists are going to do with it. And there's this weird gap in understanding. And now we can say, look, here's an example of email that we've processed and made available. This is how you can interact with it and request it. These are this types of screenings and risk assessment we can do. It's a very nuts and bolts example we can show, instead of keeping it in some abstract or very technology focused layer.
Well, it sounds like a very successful guinea pig project collection. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll be back at 3 p.m. for our final session of the email archiving symposium. So I hope that you guys will stay tuned and join us.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
can hear you all well. Welcome back, everybody, for our last session of the day. Love the words preserving the email collection of 92 Wives, Winterberg Poetry Center. This presentation will be given by Sally DeBush and Marianne Clark, and they are also one of the second round EABCC awardees, so we're looking forward to their presentation. Feel free to take it away.
Thank you, Ruby. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Okay. So thanks everyone for joining us for our session, and thank you to the symposium organizers. It's been such a fantastic event. I know I've learned a lot. And yeah, we will be discussing our project to preserve, process and preserve the email collection of the 92nd Street Wise Unterberg Poetry Center. I'm Sally DeBush, and I'm a digital archivist at Stanford University. I've also been a member of the EPAD project since 2019, so I've had a focus on processing email collections. And I'll be presenting along with my co-project partner, Marion Clark, and I'll let her introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marion Clark, and I'm the project archivist who is processing the email collections of the 92nd Street Y Unterberg Poetry Center.
So the 92nd Street Y is a community and cultural center located in Manhattan and home to the Unterberg Poetry Center, which is considered to be a preeminent place for writers to share their work with the public. They host a lively slate of author readings, writers' workshops, and the annual Discovery Poetry Contest. Bernard Schwartz, the director of the Poetry Center, contacted us at Stanford to discuss a collaborative project to process the email archives of the center's directors. These archives go back to the late 90s and discuss all aspects of the center's work. And in doing so, they really touch on the lives and the work of some of the 20th and 21st century's most notable writers. So Bernard was seeking assistance with some of the technical aspects of processing and preserving this large email archive comprised of over 1 million messages. And at Stanford Libraries, we recognized early on the importance of preserving and making accessible archival email collections, developing the workflows and even the software itself, EPAD, to make this work possible. And we really felt that this project represented an opportunity not just to make this fascinating and valuable email collection accessible to stakeholders and preserving it for the future, but also to explore models for doing this kind of digital archival work collaboratively with small cultural heritage institutions that otherwise would not be able to invest into the staff and infrastructure needed to do it. So the idea was that Stanford would provide the technical support for processing the email archives of the 92nd Street Y as both the donor and the primary user, most likely. And we're very grateful to receive funding for this project from the EABCC regranting program, which has primarily supported the hiring of a project archivist to process the collection. So that's Marion Clark. She was hired in early 2022. And once she was on board, we began to plan how we would process this collection. But before we could process the collection, we needed to acquire the files from the 92nd Street Y and prepare them for processing. So we worked with IT staff from the 92nd Street Y to export the 8 email accounts from their file management system, which resulted in 78 PST files clocking in at 371 gigabytes of data. The 92nd Street Y transferred these files to us over a proprietary cloud storage site. I then moved them to our secure server, where I stored them temporarily as I converted them. As we plan to use EPAD to process this collection, I needed to first convert the files from the format we had received, which was PST, to MBOX, EPAD's target import format. If you caught our project update earlier this week from the EPAD Plus project, you know that you now don't need to go through this step, as you can actually convert files while importing them into EPAD with the Emailchemy integration. But at the time when we were doing this, that was not yet possible. So after successfully converting the files using Emailchemy separately, I moved on to transferring them to Marion. And this is where we started to hit a few bumps in our project. So my first attempt to transfer the files was to load them onto a hard drive, encrypt the hard drive, and then ship it to Marion. I live in the Bay Area. Marion lives in Panama. However, when Marion received it, she found that the hard drive was empty. And it seems that something had gone wrong when I was transferring the files to the hard drive and I missed it. So a lesson from me to you, always check your work before you ship it to another continent. But moving on to plan B, we decided to use Google Drive to transfer the files. Our institutional instance of Google Drive at Stanford is approved to store high-risk data, which we all know is very commonly found in email archives, but we wanted to take the additional step of encrypting the files before transferring them that way. So since we were both using Macs, I encrypted the files using the Mac disk utility, which is a pretty user-friendly tool that comes pre-installed on all Mac computers. This seemed like a good solution until we hit our next bump. So at the beginning of the project, Marion was using her personal MacBook Air to process the collection. However, upon beginning the process of importing the converted email files into ePad, it quickly became clear that that computer was just not up to the task. The computer's hard drive simply didn't have enough space to hold the original Mbox files and the resulting ePad packages. With only 8 gigs of RAM, the import process was creeping along at a frustratingly slow pace. So our solution was to use some funds from our grant award to purchase a new computer for Marion with more storage space and more RAM. We were moving in a positive direction until we hit our next bump. The email files that I had previously sent to Marion, I had encrypted with a tool that could only run on Mac. Marion was now working on a Dell that was running Windows. So the email files, I needed to move back a step and re-encrypt the files using a tool that would work for both of us. My first attempt was to encrypt the files using VeriCrypt. Many of you might be familiar with this tool. It has the advantage, it's a free free encryption tool with the advantage of being compatible with both Mac and Windows. We found that the learning curve to using VeriCrypt was a little bit steeper than the Mac disk utility. And the documentation that's available online didn't prove to be too helpful to us, unlike most of the other encryption tools that we've tried, where you basically point it at a file or folder and then encrypt that file or folder. With VeriCrypt, you first create a virtual container, encrypt that, and then add files. So it's a little bit of a different concept. I was able to successfully encrypt files using VeriCrypt, but on her end, Marion ran into some issues when trying to actually decrypt them. We tried to troubleshoot this, referencing various YouTube tutorials, Reddit forums, anything we could find, but we were unsuccessful and still not quite sure what the problem really was. This tool seems like a great option with a lot of potential. Maybe somebody out there could teach us how to use it. Unfortunately, it was not a fit for this project. So we moved on to another tool that I was already familiar with called 7-Zip, which is a free open source file archiver. It has the disadvantage of only working with Windows, which meant that I could only use it on one of the Windows workstations at our office, and I work from home 3 days a week. So it wasn't quite as convenient, but the tool itself worked well. 7-Zip isn't necessarily advertised as an encryption tool, but you do have the option to encrypt your files as you compress them using an AES 256 encryption format. And actually encrypting and compressing the files at the same time made them faster to upload and download from Google Drive, which was an unplanned but very welcome benefit. So after a long, frustrating, often humbling road, Marion now had the files in her possession in a format that she could import into ePad, and we were finally ready to move on to actually processing the collection. So to talk about that, I'll pass it over to Marion.
So initially we tried to ingest the large accounts first, but quickly encountered a deluge of technical issues as a result of the sheer size of it. After several attempts, failures, and technological upgrades, as Sally mentioned, we realized that my MacBook Air couldn't handle the size of some of the collections, so we moved over to a Dell with more memory and RAM. We decided that it would be beneficial to begin ingesting and processing the smaller, more manageable accounts first. This was a turning point for us. Not only did it allow the project to gain momentum, which created a sense of accomplishment and confidence, but it created a roadmap for processing. It fostered a familiarity with ePad that was easier to generate when working with smaller amounts of data, a bit like learning to swim in a pool before getting into the ocean. The larger accounts require multiple accessions, so we made the decision to ingest 5 files at a time, and many of these contain between 100 and 200,000 messages. We used ePad to process these email accounts, and while ePad itself helps a great deal with the processing, an archivist is still necessary to cull through the information, identify false positives, messages for restriction, to consolidate correspondence, and check image attachments. So we began by surveying each director's account as they differed dramatically based on length of tenure at the Poetry Center, as well as when email was adopted as a tool for professional communication during their tenure. So I created a video to demonstrate our approach to processing and also a demonstration of the potential ways the collection can be used to trace a literary figure. So Sally, if you don't mind. Here we are in ePad's processing module. And we are going to go into Alexandra Wilder's archive in order to demonstrate our approach to processing. Here we have the front matter. After we ingest an account, we start processing by consulting ePad's sensitive lexicon, located here, and surveying messages that may need to be restricted. ePad flags messages that contain words related to personally identifiable information like social security numbers or passport numbers, health, employment, drug use, as well as anything pertaining to financial, criminal, and legal issues. There's also personal issues as well, mostly related to family. Some of the messages identified by ePad might be false positives, but the lexicon allows for a more focused and economical inspection of messages that may contain potentially confidential information. We also use an email appraisal document that's created for each account. It contains various search terms for potentially sensitive information. Basically, we try to come up with the terms that ePad might not have picked up on, although ePad does a very thorough job. It also tracks key correspondence that appear with the sensitive information and the number of messages that appear as well. After I've sorted through the flagged messages, I create labels for the ones that do contain sensitive information. And as you can see here, the numbers are a little different than what ePad had flagged. And the labels will restrict this information. So these messages will not be going into the discovery or the delivery module, those are the modules that researchers will interact with. Next, we begin to clean up correspondence. As you can see here, this one has been cleaned up. In the case of email, people may go by their full formal names, abbreviated versions of their names, nicknames, initials, or change their names entirely. Their contact information and corresponding names may be spread throughout the list of correspondence multiple times. Many people also have multiple email accounts that they use regularly. This proliferation of names and contacts makes for a messy and confusing experience for researchers. Fortunately, ePad allows the archivist to edit the address book to aggregate names and contacts when appropriate. This process can be time-consuming, but it's the beginning in terms of consolidating correspondent names, and it makes using the collection much easier and more efficient. Many of the accounts in this collection for 92nd Street Y contain close to and some well over 10,000 correspondence. So with our timeline in mind, we decided to consolidate 100 of the most frequently messaged correspondence. For our final processing step, we check image attachments to screen for sensitive visual content, missing images, or errors. ePad pulls the images out of the original email and makes them accessible and viewable by year. So this step is fairly easy. After we have conducted this general processing on all of the accounts, we might go back in, depending on time and need, and process on a much more granular level. So I thought it might be interesting to go into the delivery module. So this, again, is what researchers will see. These are the processed collections. So you'll notice that Bernard Schwartz is not fully processed yet, so is not in the delivery module. So I wanted to trace a literary figure throughout the collections just to see what that might look like or how one might use this for research. So we'll go back into Alexandra's. The literary figure that I thought we would follow is Billy Collins, who is a poet and someone who is a frequent guest and contributor to the 92nd Street Y. So we'll do an advanced search because we want the emails that he's corresponding in and not necessarily emails about him or planning emails. So here you can see in Alexandra's collection, there's 23 emails between her and Billy Collins. We'll go into Betsy's collection. And in Betsy's collection, there's 20 emails between her and Billy Collins. One of the things that's unique about the 92nd Street Y collections is that there isn't a lot of overlap. Overlap in messages because people were CC'd on things, because people continued corresponding after their tenure, or people changed positions within the organization. So here, there's only 4. Go into Janet Pilata's collection. And there are 4 messages in Janet's collection from Billy Collins. We'll skip Carl Kirchway because I know for a fact that there are no messages between him and Billy Collins. And that is because his tenure as director predates Billy's relationship with the 92nd Street Y. And in Victoria Rowan's collection, there are 35 messages. So this is just one way that a researcher could use these collections and what might be of interest to people.
Okay.
So our processing status update is that the smallest collections have all been processed, and we are still working on the 2 largest, Ricardo Maldonado and Bernard Schwartz. Both of their collections span almost the entire time that the 92nd Street Y has used email for communication. So you can see they're substantially larger than the smaller accounts. It's also interesting to see how the use of email changes over the years. So Carl Kirchway's, whose account is very small, his use of email was primarily outside of the institution, and his email style reflects this kind of the time of when it was adopted, right? It was the late 90s. The way he emails, there's a formality like letter writing, and his paragraphs are rich in detail and personality. He tells stories and reflects on memories. And he also maintained a relationship with the Y after leaving there and often helped coordinate bringing in authors. David Yezi also used his email with more formality and lots of rich detail contained in paragraphs with very much attention to grammar. As email became used more and more frequently, especially for internal communications, the messages became shorter and more casual, often filled with jokes between coworkers. And certain writers like Billy Collins also became more casual and chummy in their emails back and forth with the Y. Next slide. So for project outreach, Sally and I have collaborated on a case study for the project, which is available for reading at the SAA blog. And we're working on another post for the blog, the SAA blog, this time focusing on processing.
So as another part of our project, we also want to provide a platform for archivists, scholars, and even email donors to gather and discuss the challenges and opportunities of collecting email archives, and how they can be used as primary source research material. So this will be a one-day entirely virtual event to facilitate the widest possible participation, and will take place during the first week of December 2023, coinciding with the culmination of our grant project. And given the 92nd Street Y's position in the literary world, we'll put a particular focus on email archives of literary figures and organizations to explore the themes and workflows that are particular to these kinds of collections. We'll feature discussions between email donors and scholars who use their collections in their research, use cases presented by archivists who work with literary email archives, and of course, we'll share the final report from the conclusion of our email processing project. We'll share more details about this event and information about how to attend towards the end of summer. And finally, we'll leave you with this quote from author Zadie Smith in her essay, Life Writing, where she concludes that her email account is probably the most real, in her words, document of her life. Email is not only the modern form of correspondence, it documents life in a much more comprehensive way. And this quote really speaks to the importance of the work that we've all been discussing over the course of this symposium, finding the technical solutions to preserve and provide access to email, and the policies that will allow us to do so while protecting the personal information found within email collections is what will allow us to make these incredibly rich sources of information accessible into the future. So with that, we thank you for joining us and happy to take questions.
Thanks so much, Sally and Marianne. In thinking about your presentation, are you hoping, or let me see how to phrase this, that more cultural institutions, you would be able to partner with more cultural institutions based on this project?
I think we're hoping to provide something of a first pass at trying to figure out a good model for doing that kind of work. So, whoever might be interested in doing it, to find good ways to partner and get this work done for institutions that don't have the staff or the technical experience to do it, but have the need to do it.
And just a friendly reminder to everyone, you can feel free to ask questions directly by raising your hand, and we'll go ahead and unmute you. And so our first question is, do these email accounts still live on the original servers too?
They do still live on the 92nd Street Wise server, because a number of them are still active. So even some of the former directors who aren't currently the directors, like Marianne mentioned, still have a role in the organization or are affiliated to some degree, and so they may still use those accounts. So they're ongoing, and we've talked to Bernard Schwartz, the director, about keeping in mind that there might need to be subsequent accruals of email from those accounts in the future too.
Forgive me if you've mentioned this, but did you have any, I know that you mentioned Bernard, and was there any kind of reluctance that you faced with other active email that you were archiving from active accounts, or was everybody gung-ho about it?
Well, we primarily, it's with Bernard that everything is going through, right? And he's been very enthusiastic about everything. And I know he contacted Sally initially. And so, yeah, he's been very, very open. Nobody's been very reluctant.
That is great.
Hi, Sally and Miriam. Chris here. really great presentation. It's a great project, as I thought from the beginning, the, wonderful partnership between the 92Y and Stanford. I guess my question is, thinking about how the project's going and the work that you've put in, obviously a lot of really, really fine-grained, detailed processing work and, just excellent use of EPAD there. But I'm wondering if you think of, would the overall model be applicable for other institutions as well, perhaps where they don't have a dedicated email archiving program? Not to say that Stanford would necessarily lead all of those, because that's obviously pretty difficult for one institution or even a group of institutions to take on. But could you reflect a little bit on the partnership model that you developed?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's been very successful. I think there was a fair amount of, technical troubleshooting, which we talked about, that sort of once you've gotten that out of the way and you've found a good system for working remotely, all dispersed like we have been, I think subsequent projects like this would be a pretty low barrier. Once we moved on from that technical issue, Marion and I basically meet once a week. We consult about what Marion is working on, any questions that she has about the collection. But overall, since apart from that sort of technical troubleshooting, I would say our investment of time has been fairly minimal. And a lot of that is down to Marion being very such an independent person and really motivated to figure this stuff out and really interested in the project. But I think it's potentially a pretty sustainable model. And, we hope to publish the guidelines that we were sort of developing around how to transfer data and how to manage a project like this in a way that other people could reuse it.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Interesting reflection. One of the other projects that I'm involved with, although quite on the fringes of it or tangentially, but I'm an advisor on the Data Curation Network board. And the Data Curation Network, although it's mainly larger research institutions, has this model set up where all the institutions that contribute can get some assistance from other people within the network. So say you have a data set to curate, that has a format that you're not able to deal with, or it's in a topical area that you don't understand fully the metadata requirements, you can get some assistance from one of the other people. And Illinois could get help from Cornell or whatever. I'm just wondering if there's, potentially a model there for us to think about in the email archiving community, knowing that it would be really great to expand out and have a network of people who are able to assist each other, based on the specific project needs that we might have. So no need to comment on that. It's more or less me just getting a little bit ahead of myself and thinking about potential next steps.
We do have a question in the Q&A from Aaron. Are there other digital materials you are collecting related to this organization, or do you have plans to do that in the future? And would you use the same sort of system that you've used for email?
So they actually have an archivist there. They're a media archivist. They started, they record all of their, the lectures, the readings, all of that's being recorded. And so it was interesting actually going through emails, seeing when people realized in the early 2000s, we need to start doing some archival planning and hiring an archivist for the institution. So they have a lot of material there on site.
Thank you, Marianne. I guess if there are no remaining questions, we might transition early to some closing remarks from Chris Prom, if you're ready.
I think I'm ready, and I'll keep these relatively brief. I just first and foremost want to thank each and every one of you who are here either online watching now or watched earlier and watching the video and the closing remarks here at the end. It's been wonderful for us, to see the EABCC project come forward, to see the results in the online symposium, which succeeded in numerical terms more than we ever could have hoped it could. It would have succeeded, with up to 300 people and never less than 100 online at any time here. So as I noted at the beginning, when I welcomed all of you, the EABCC project really did seek to catalyze research and move the community toward maturity. And we think the symposium was very helpful and useful in doing that. But we're also very, very interested in all of your perspectives. So I did want to let all of you know that accordingly, we will be sending out over email. And I think Ruby will also place into chat here a link to a post-symposium survey where you can share more with us, what resonated with you from the symposium, and perhaps things that we might also think about, if we were to offer it again. Also, just of course, like to reiterate that all of the presentation materials will be available through our website, and we will also post links to videos of each session afterwards. I'd like to also just very briefly note a particular word of thanks to all of our presenters. I certainly know that there's been no shortage of Zoom symposia and webinar during COVID, and that there's Zoom fatigue and, all of that sets in. But I've been so impressed with the engagement, the leadership, the vitality of the presentations that were presented by everybody here. And I particularly like to thank people who came in from other time zones outside of the United States, our colleagues in France, in Austria and Australia, and I know I'm forgetting certainly the United Kingdom, and I know I'm forgetting other ones there as well. Also like to thank Eden for her behind the scenes leadership, technology management here, work on prepping the survey and all other kinds of ways that she's helped out. Even though she's been off camera, she's been a really essential presence here during our time, helping those digital gears to keep turning as effectively as they did. And I am, of course, particularly grateful to you, Ruby, for all of the excellent work that you did in planning, in organizing, in working out every kink along the way and getting an event like this together. I was reflecting a little bit on it. I've been through a lot of, been in a lot of Zoom sessions and Zoom webinars, and there's always kinks, and that's understandable. But seeing things here reminded me of an athlete performing sort of at very high level. Everything looked easy and seamless, but I know there were many hours of forethought, practice, planning, and flexibility that went into bringing this all together. So you didn't all see the last minute chats and IMs I was sending to Ruby asking her to help me with something, but she handled it all with this just unflappable sort of way. So I'm very grateful for that. Finally, I'd like to just close with 3 thoughts briefly. 3 things that as general themes occurred to me as I listened to the presentations here and as I lurked in the background sometimes or sometimes weighed in as things particular resonated with me. The first is that I really do fundamentally believe that this community, the group of people working with email archives, has advanced incredibly far over the past decade, and in particular over the past 5 years. Email archiving is something that I think is now not just moving out of the fringes, but has become central to what all of us can do and what other repositories can and should be doing as well. It's not just the province of large, national archives, large university programs. And we really have moved to the point where there are a variety of mature technologies and policy frameworks, so that regardless of what your specific repository context is, you really can make some immediate progress with providing access to email. Second, this is a space that continues to be filled with technical innovation, experimentation, and evolution. email's, one of the original internet formats. And in that way, people like to dump on it. I mean, like everybody else, I feel overwhelmed by my email, and I see it, as a bit of a burden from time to time. But I can't, help but recognize that the technologies we're applying to email, whether it's emulation, whether it's entity extraction, whether it's advanced database design, whether it's diving deeply into formats, we really are doing some incredibly technically interesting things. And finally, I just, like to reflect that email archiving can and is directly connecting more into our existing systems that we use to provide access to our broader archival collections, and also directly connecting in a deeper and deeper way to our user community, which I think demonstrating use of the collections is the best long-term way to get additional support for and a mandate for email preservation. At the beginning, we heard from Nicole Hemmer, who was our keynote speaker, that from her perspective as a historian, the digital record and email in particular is both impossibly large and frustratingly incomplete. And I think the work we're doing, I know the work we're doing is addressing both of those issues. So when I think, for example, about the presentation we heard at 2:00 this afternoon from Tori and Lauren, I can't help but kind of endorse their perspective that it's not about the tools you have, but it's what would best serve your users. And I really do hope that and feel that the symposium provided all of us ways to find tools and services that meet our needs, or policy frameworks, training, and other sorts of approaches that we can use to really grapple with email. So as one of the other commenters said, I really like this comment, you don't necessarily need to treat email like a snowflake. It isn't something that can't fit into existing solutions that you have out there. So whether the tool you're using is PDF, a digital asset management system, something like Mailbag, ePad, any of the other solutions we've looked at, or many of the local tools that you've seen, do know that there's something out there and that there are many ways to integrate email acquisition, processing, preservation, and access into your workflows and processes. So those are my thoughts. Nothing, fully earth-shattering here. Just resonating a little bit on the themes that I heard come up throughout the time that we've had together. And again, I would just like to thank all of you so much for being here, and hope that you've learned a lot and that you can stay in touch. Thank you all.